Right, hello, hello, hello. How's everybody doing today? Alright, so we're back with the fishing boat here. We're going to keep cracking on with this. Did some work last night. Bunch of interior work, got some systems in. So let's go ahead and we'll take a look. Alright, so put in lighting. I haven't done deck lights yet, but did a bunch of bridge work. So let's go ahead, we'll just jump in the bridge and we'll take a look at it. I'm going to get infinite electricity on for now. Started doing some of the electrical system as well. Let's go ahead and take a look. All right, so a bunch of systems in. Let's set this. What is this supposed to be? 0.2, I think. I have to put a hard number in there. So we have some of the paneling in here. So we'll get that in there. We've got some cameras in. So cameras are in. Speed monitor is in. Rudder dial is in, but it needs to be inverted. What else we have in here? We have the autopilot system is in. That is working. Changed out to a throttle lever. I need to finish this panel here. Lighting was done yesterday. Did a bunch of spotlights. Let's go down to the engine room. Just did a tiny bit of decoration work in the engine room. How's it going there, Alistair? How are you? So, did a little work in here. Pretty much just added to a little electrical room. So the battery there and then breakers are on the wall there. So that's also going to have circuit breakers. So that'll be part of the startup procedures to go in here and dick around in here. So that is in. Kind of started working on the gens yesterday. They're going to get finished probably today. Yeah, so that's pretty much what I did. A lot of it was just systems work. So autopilot is in and working. I need to invert the microwave. Is inverted. I need to fix that. Make sure all this is working. I think this is backwards too. Yeah, that's backwards. All right, so some of the stuff's backwards. I gotta fix it. So go in there because it was facing the other way in the other build. I think that's it, right? There's nothing behind it. I don't think so. All right, so we'll cut that and we'll U it. That will go on that side like so. We'll go ahead and we'll U this sucker too. All right, that is now fixed. All right, nice. So a bunch of these bridge systems are in. I think I'm just going to put a constant number for now. I think I pretty much know where I want this to be. Let's see, we can stick it anywhere, but we'll stick it right here is fine. All right. All right, so lighting is in. I'm not sure if I like exactly the way the lighting is, or the cameras are. Did a bunch of spotlights and everything else. Need to do deck lights. Start off with deck lights. Get those plumbed in here. Okay, we'll do there. What's the halfway point on this? 16, so that's not convenient. Do that. You have to change some of the camera up here. And then we'll do probably just that. Yeah, these cameras need to be changed a little bit here, I think. Might go left on them, I think. Let's see. And then need to do some deck lighting here. $44. Alright, so that's probably good for deck lighting there. Let's get those in. And you fix the cameras, the forward-looking cameras. Alright, good. So those are in. Let's plug them in. Let's see, drive panel, that's heading hold. Where's lighting? How's the spotlights? Spots right there. How are these not RGB lights? I thought these are RGBs. They've got to be RGBs. Interesting. Why are these not RGBs? Huh, that's interesting why I don't have those as RGBs. Alright, I'll fix them in a second, but they should be RGBs. We'll see what I have it in Tethy's as. Let's go ahead and save this and we'll check that. Catch up with chat here in one moment. How's it going there, Citrus? Yeah, the old pickle pinnacle. Alright, let's see. See what's up with Tethy's lights. These are going to here. Okay. Oh, come on, what the fuck? Why are you flicking around there, camera? Alright, so it's okay, it's going off to a separate dimmer panel, gotcha. Alright. Deck lights. Alright, this panel is inverted. That's not good, so I gotta flick these. It's gotta be like that. Panel's inverted. What does this one look like then? Okay, that one needs to be inverted too. Okay, it's fixed now. Alright, that makes that easier. Alright, that's already plugged in, I think. Alright, good. We'll thank them again for getting rid of the Control S, as this was always terrifying when I had to do that. All right. Get these electrified. Not into the electricity yet, but might as well start getting like systems put together as I'm making them, make it a little bit quicker and easier. That's not where we want to go. That's fine, actually, we can do that. Alright, so that are those lights. Already done a bunch of the other lights as well. Put those in last night. Some of the busy work got done. Still got a lot to do on, gotta fix the cameras, do a bunch of other stuff. Alright, so those are plugged in. Then that can go there anyway. Alright, and then what else did I need in here systems-wise? I want to fix some of the cameras. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's test out these deck lights. I gotta fix some of the cams. Let's check the microwave now. There we go, that's working. Alright, this now works correctly. That's good. Those are now preset. All right. Let's work on the cameras. So this should be rearward port starboard. Okay. So this one needs to be okay, and then this one should be forward. All right. Forward on that side. Rearward starboard. Rearward starboard right there. If I just screw that up. I did. Fuck. Let's see. This one is. That one's correct there. Okay, that's good now. All right. And that one's plugged in. All right, what are you? You are speed heading, okay. And then I need depth, right? I don't think I have depth on here. Distance sensor on the bottom. Let's get that plumbed in. Alright, there's the distance sensor for depth under keel. And then which one of these? These are the forward back ones, I believe. Why are these not plugged in? What are these? I gotta figure out what these are. Oh, these are probably the fire cannons. That's what those are, the fire cannons. Okay, that's why they're not plugged in. Getcha. Okay, that's why those aren't plugged in. Right, then I had a problem with these cameras. They angle out, and then this is blocking them, so these actually need to move a little bit. Okay. Let's see what the hell I'm doing here. There we go. Maybe I'll cut this too. All right, we'll do that so those cameras can see more freely. All right, and then I need to fix where they are. Up, I need to do the touchscreens. Trying to get these cameras done. I need to move where the things are, and I'll probably redo the RGB or the Lua on them. Let's do okay. Shit. Now I gotta figure out where these are. So this is crap. This is a pain in the ass now. All right, it's that left this is left monitor. All right, so this is gonna be touchscreen. That is the next one in line. If they're all in order, that's beautiful. They appear to be. Good. That makes that easier. Okay. All right, let's test out all the cameras. This will especially help when there's fishing going on to be able to see what's going on. Okay. All right, so we have cameras on. So now this is the forward. This is fucked up now. This right? This looks wrong. I don't know. Should be the other way around. Yeah, it should be the other way around. I'll move the monitors. Okay. All right, let's try that. So when I had these 1x1s on Tethys, I couldn't put the buttons in the way I wanted to. Hopefully now I can put in the actual buttons I want. All right, that's better. So this is what I wanted to look like. So this is looking back at the boat, and so I can see the whole deck here. You know, it's pretty much they're aligned, so you can see they line up on the center seam. And that way I can see all the way the deck all the way back towards us. This is facing down from the mast looking forward. This is facing rearward, and then this is the other view. So this is looking at the deck forward there. And so the buttons should work. Forget what they do. Okay, that is night vision. That's left, right. Up, down, and then I forget what these do. Maybe nothing. All right, so the cameras are moving. I just need to move the buttons, and I'm going to probably redo the buttons. So those will get redone. That's in there at least, so we have depth now and feet, which is good. Autopilot's in and working. Bow thruster needs to go in. I think these are going to... I think all of this is going to move. I don't know how I want to do this. Bow thruster. I'll put it in front of me, because that's kind of far over there. I might do anchors over there. Because this is part of the pivot. I can't put that there. Maybe I'll do bow thruster up here. I don't know. Figure out. Let me read some chat here. Yeah, we'll do multiplayer tomorrow. Yeah, that's usually what happens is like you start getting better and better, and then you realize some of the other vehicles aren't great. And it's one of the reasons I like redo some of my tutorials is like some of my new methodologies and systems are better like even a short period of time. So it's tend to not like some of your older stuff, you know. Yeah, some of those I think they just do it. Yeah, they moved like the buttons around. I don't know why they do that. Sometimes it's like UI choices that they are testing. Like, you know, Google owns YouTube. Google is notorious for that of always trying to like move things and change things, and it can be quite frustrating. There might be. I don't think I'm going to put water cannons on this, but it'll probably get the hose connections because you can fight most of the fire with the hose connections. But I'm happy with the cameras now. Like the whole thing with it now is like you can look here and pretty much see the whole boat. So like here, we'll do. I don't have bow thruster. Let's put that bow thruster in. Where are we at here? All right, I gotta play with some of this stuff too. So let's go through these. This is gonna be that is battery port, battery starboard. That is the gauges for port and starboard. We then have volts port, volts starboard. We have master breaker, and we have the bridge systems. Over here we have generator port and starboard, SWATS port and starboard, SWAT starboard. Oh, never mind. Harbor gen. Harbor gen. This panel here is gonna get replaced. So I think what's gonna happen, let's see. Trying to think where I want to put this. Let's leave this alone for now. I can always move a panel, so let's just stick a panel in there for bow thruster. Can't go here. Like, ideally, I wanted it by the throttle here. I might get rid of this throttle. This throttle's going to be a pain in the ass because, yeah, let me get rid of this throttle. The throttle's a pain in the ass because I have a bunch of systems already in play there that, like, auto-stop functions on that, which that makes that a pain in the ass. So let's go ahead and save this real quick. And I'm gonna send it back to the way it was on Tethys. Now, Tethys, it doesn't work right. We'll make a new panel. All right. I don't know if I've done it number bits. Let's try number bits on that one. I think that might work better. And then let's do arrow up. Let's do Okay, we'll do that, and then... okay, that's not helpful. Thank you, guy. Let's see. Alright, so there's the throttle segments. Let's get this... Let's get a bunch of these gauges blacked out that I don't want lit. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I don't know what that is yet, but we'll just paint that out anyways. These are just vacant for the moment. They're gonna get changed up. Alright, so that'll be throttle, and then bow thruster, and then what else do I need? Let's see, I got a message in Discord. Make sure my mic hasn't been off the entire time. I had some Citrus. I had sent my brother what the auto mod did to you. That was funny. Let me catch up on chat real quick. Yeah, but I think like I like doing little firefighting closets where you like click on the you know, you open up the door and then it has a hose in there. It has a fire alarm, and they you just fight it with the hose. That's kind of fun in a fire suit, maybe. Oh, nice. Ah, very good. Yeah, I've been liking the pictures of your trawler. I have to be playing a lot of stormworks lately. Tarkov is a flaming dumpster fire right now. Yeah, usually like what I used to try to do in a build challenge was I would try to be done by the last week. Say it was like a month-long challenge, because then it was, you know, that way, like if I was gonna touch anything, it was cosmetic at that point. So I didn't like break anything, because I was always afraid of going back and breaking something. Yeah, that's. I looked at it first and I was like, "What's he writing that for?" And then I looked at his transmission. Yeah, yeah, that's the auto mod. I think the auto mod has stepped up certain things because of all the because it's kind of like an epidemic with all the porn links now. I think somebody in another server I'm on got hit with the links the other day. I keep every couple days the auto mod keeps catching one of those bots. And so it's trying to put in any commentary that could be in like the headline of what a bot would use there for the porn links. So it's kind of a pain in the ass, you know. Yeah, like some of like Jackass is flagged on there. I have to go back and fix that. Yeah, I would like some sort of like they could do a buoyancy block would be kind of cool, just because you know, a negative mass block I think would be cool. You know, I think embracing that I think is a good way to embrace things like, you know, they don't have to add helium as a lighter than air gas or hydrogen, because it's they could just do something like that and people could pretend and simulate. You know, I think that's, and then if you want to fix your build, you can do that, because, you know, I think it's an easy thing for them to add. You know, it really is easy. You go in the XML and you pick a block and you give it a negative mass, you know. Yeah, the problem is they have to worry too about, like, if we do a glitch and it screws the game up, it's on us. If they do a glitch and it screws the game up, it's on them. And so it's, you know, I don't blame them sometimes when they're like, hey, the community figured out a way to do this, and it's now on them. it's like that's one of the downsides of having a modding community is like say say Kerbal is, you know, the modding community can do those things while the devs don't have to then, and then you can get into a situation where the devs don't want to do these things because you know, let the modding community do it. And that's kind of, Delta has almost said that to a certain extent, where he's like, you know, with my question about adding actual transport missions, he's like, oh, you can already do that with add-ons, you know. And it's like, that's the dark side with it, is you get to a point where, for sometimes obvious reasons, the devs don't want to touch it because, you know, the community will make it, you know. Let's see. We got bow thruster. I'm trying to think what else we need here. Let's go. Do bow thruster. Gauge, horizontal, -1, 1. Make that 5, maybe? 5. Let me see what this number is here. Okay. All right, so that's going to be drive systems there. All right, so that will be thrust and bow thruster. Let's go through these. These are all good. This one here, so change it, you know, the Tethys has twin engines, twin generators on the engines, and I've yet to put in a harbor gen on there. So that's generator port. Generator starboard, and then the SWATs. What are you? You are, let's see, main gen. Main gen SWAT. Actually, I don't have a way to start the engine from up here. I need to do that. That needs to go in there. Do all engine starts here. So this will be the generators here. And then this will be all engine starting here. So that's electrical, then engine starting. All right. Check the numbering on this here. Where do we get to? 16. 16, 17, 18, 19. Okay. So that'd be 20. All right. do. I'm gonna move these, I think. I don't know. Let's see, what do I do? See, I really don't want to push this off over here because this will then curl. So that's how I want to do this. Could try dropping that again. Because I need another block here, pretty much. Yeah, I'll be alright without it, I think. Alright, let's do diesel temp. Okay. You got 19? 16. What? 16? 16. All right. $17. This one's backwards. All right. That's diesel gen. Dials, good. What are these running to? 0 to 50. I'll figure it out later when I need it. Let's see what I want here. I don't know what I want some of those to be yet. I'm trying to decide the drive panels. Do I need anything in here? Probably not. So let's go ahead and make sure these are numbered right, and we'll hook these up. Okay. So like this is gonna go to the engine for the controls now. Shit. I'm gonna number these differently, I think. Let me see. No point in doing that. Nah, we just add it. All right, good. Let's do that. All right, and then throttle can go. I'm not using that throttle anymore. That can go. Okay. I had this all set up and then I changed it. Not a big deal, but I gotta fix it now. So let's do an up-down counter here. So that's gonna be 0.001 enabled. Minimum is gonna be negative 15 RPS to 15 RPS. And then what do we want to do here? Right off that. Okay, and then that, if that's less than, that will go for the reverser. Okay, and then we need to do seat. Am I doing WS or up down? Let's do up down left right. And 3 will also be the other way to control the, get rid of that for now. That will go into a different panel. Ah, shit. It'll just go into this one. Screw it. Why not? We'll do the bow thruster here as well. Right. All right, so let's see. I need to do that, and then where was this? Right there. So there's the panel, and it's going to be 2, 4. All right, so... we're just doing ores anyways. Let's do no ore. Alright, so it's going to be 2 or 1 will give us this. Alright, and then it's going to be this one. That's not right. That's right there. Okay. All right, that'll work. And then that's going to be to 0 out thrust. That needs to come in later. All right, then drive panel. We'll do that and do seat 3. All right, this will be the bow thruster here. That will be -1, +1. 0.001's too low. 0.01, I think, will work for that one. And then that will be... What am I doing here? That one's drive panel. This one should be seat. Okay, that's correct. And then this one needs to be... And you'll see what these are on the bow thruster panel. A 7 and 8. All right, 7 and 8. And I have no clue which way this is going, so these might be backwards. We'll have to see. All right. All right, bow thruster here goes there. Okay, bingo. All right, and then what am I gonna do for the zeros? X and Y, or, and then what did I put on there? So it'd be 6, 6. Okay. That's bow thrusters done. And then I want a bunch of conditions for zeroing out the engines. So let's do that. So one of them is going to be, I'll grab the same bool here. It's going to be the same thing essentially. So conditions are going to be, let's see. Alright, so if those two and then seat 32. I think it's 32. It's 31 or 32. I can never remember what space bar is. And then there'll be a condition for the autopilot that will kick this off too. That's going to go there. All right, that should be pretty good so far, I think. What is this? I don't know what that's about. No idea what this one's left over from. Yeah, I don't know what that one's left over from. We're pretty close to being ready here on that. I gotta check out the outputs here. I'll check chat in a second. I see it scrolling. All right, so let's try number bits on there. I figured out how to do that. I'm going to quickly go do a test to run it and see what's up. Let me read chat. Let me quickly save this and we'll go do this bits test. I haven't done this in a while, so I forget how I have to set this up. So on-off's easy enough, but it's it takes up a ton of nodes. So try doing bits here. Yeah, this might be screwy the way I have to do this. We just do it with red gauges too. Could do it with analog gauges. Might even prefer that to this digital, but it is kind of a modern jobby, so we'll kind of look at it and we'll figure it out. Let's just do this. There's gonna be a pain in the balls to do. Trying to think because it takes too many numbers to do this. I'm trying to think the best way to do it. I don't really like those bar segments all that much anyway. I kind of like a more analog feel, so let's just make them analogs. I kind of like the way the analogs work better anyway. let's just do that. And then if I want to change it later, I can change it. I don't want to deal with it right now, frankly. Let's go ahead and we'll change these up for now. Let's go to a gauge. So I used to do these bar segments all the time, and I'm not a huge fan of them anymore. Kind of for the analog gauge a little bit more anyway. Okay, let's do that. And what is that? That is 1 and 3. That for now. Bow thruster. Coolant pump I don't have. That can go to at some point. Yep, it's backwards. Alright, so bow thruster's backwards. And then that should be in the center, and then when I go forward, it should go up. When I go down, I prefer that anyways like this. This is, because I feel more granular control with this. Like, see, I can tiny tap it and move it right where I want it. The bar segment is a little bit, you have to program it to be certain sections of thrust. This is more granular, so I kind of like the more granular movement of this. Okay. Bow thruster's backwards, all right. Where are you at? Shit, I meant to test it. Let's test it real quick with the seat. I want to see if the seat's backwards too, so I know if I just inverted or what. Alright, so let's try the seat. Seat's not configured right. Let's fix that. The helm, whatever you want to call it. Alright, so left right is going to be reset 100%. Bow thruster. Up down is going to be thrust. Okay, that should be reset 100%. AD. That's fine. Alright. Let's test out that bow thruster and see if it's backwards on the helm as well. Okay, so it's just backwards on the panel. All right. All right, that's just backwards on the panel, so let's fix that. Panel's right behind these, so it's a pain in the ass to get to. All right, bow thruster, let's see, where are we at? Okay. Alright, so that should be good. Let's double check. I need to remember what trigger is. I always friggin' forget what trigger is. Trigger unoccupied. I think it's either 31 or 32. 31 should be trigger, I think. 31's trigger, so I think I put in 32. Where is it? There it is. Okay. Alright, then the autopilot will kick over and tell me as well. Don't need coolant pump anymore. Let's get rid of that. So coolant pump and radiator fan can come off of this. That was something I put in for the tutorial that I don't really use myself anymore much, but it's still kind of convenient to have it there. Let's catch up a chat here real quick. All right, good. All right, so that looks good. Bow thruster there. Rudder needs to be inverted. Where is that sending the signal here? Wonder if I can just flip this. I can't remember if that works. All right. All right, let's go bow thruster right with the keyboard. Now, if I hold both, it should kill it maybe? Yeah, not working. All right, good. Bow thrust is working on both now. Why the engine's not revving up, I don't know. I don't have reverse in here yet either. Let's figure that out. I gotta tweak the numbers anyway, but let's see what's up here. All right, so 31's fixed there. If those two are selected. All right, and then W's that for this. Okay. All right, absolute value of X goes in here to the PID. 6. Okay, that's the starter command there. I'll try to keep it simple as long as I can before I have to make it more complicated. There's a mess where all this stuff is here. I made it so you can see the lines from my tutorial, and I prefer to like have all the lines hidden, so it's kind of different standards. At that startup, why the hell wouldn't it rev up though? That's the question. It only goes up to max at like 5 now. I do have to tune that in at some point, so let's see. Right, clamp, absolute value of X, Y, Z. That's correct. Okay, going to the PID, that should all work. Make sure the engine's plugged in, then reverse. I do need to plug in reverse. I don't think I've done that yet. Maybe I did. I did plug in reverse. Okay, reverse is plugged in. That's fine. What are we up to? A 3-1? We're at a 3-1 now. Okay. And then we're actually above a 3-1. This is a 3-2 on it. Okay, why the hell was that not revving up? Let's check everything, make sure everything's good. Clutch pressure. Here's RPS. Change out RPS just to this closer node there. Air. Fuel. Alternators. Clutch. Bow thruster, reverse, battery. Okay. Getting info. Ah, okay. No, it's still plugged in, right? So that's still going to the engine. All right, let's see why this wouldn't thrust up. Okay, because of where the dead zone is in it. Oh, that's backwards. What the fuck? Alright, so something got screwed up there. Let's fix that. This is annoying. I can't click on this until I get around the fish wells there. Alright. This shit, why is reverse fucked up? That's weird. It's supposed to be if this, if my setting is less than 0, it should be putting me in reverse. I most certainly was not less than 0 at the time. Try to flip this. Yeah, that's reverse right there. That's freaking weird, man. Make sure that says reverse on it. Yeah, it's reverse. What the fuck? That's weird, man. Let's read this real quick. 2. And then we have 4, 1, -1. Yeah, it's weird. Okay, and then let's see. I'm going to speed this up a little bit. Curious why this is not working. This should make sense. That's less than... Yeah, all right. I can't get in that wall either because of the physics flutter, so... That's way too fast now. I hear it switching gears, though. Weird. Why the fuck are we in reverse? The positive number. Makes no sense. Absolutely no sense. What the fuck is going on here? That should only be tripped if the engine is being sent a negative number, which is only happening in reverse. I do not get what the fuck is going on there. Alright, let's fix this real quick too. This being weird, man. I guarantee it's something I did, but it's just obnoxious. I just don't understand why the hell that would go on 0. You look at it again, see if what I've screwed up. It's what? That's right. Max is 15. Minimum's -15. It's going right from there. If that's why, right there. I hooked it up wrong. Bingo. All right, we figured it out. I was looking at it, and I didn't notice the issue. That's why. That's why. Gotcha. All right, that makes sense. I just hooked it up wrong. The game's broken. Yeah, 9 times out of 10, it's something you've done. There's no family friendly. That is the engine microcontroller. I'm working on setting up the systems in the bridge. I was throwing some bow thruster here. Rudder's still backwards. So I need to put an inverted number to that. I was hoping not to have to add a number to it, but I can't just do a full inversion on it. Actually, I might be able to get it. I might be able to get a full inversion on that. I might be able to just reverse the number. So here's bow thruster and full rudder here. Let's get off this bow thruster here, and then I need to actually need to use it to turn here, but I want to clear the dock. I'm trying to see where our max RPS is, so I can set that, because we don't go to a very high RPS on this. Bow thruster definitely helped not hit the dock here. Make sure that stops. Yep, that's stopping. Okay. Now I want to see what our max, what we actually get to RPS wise, so I can set that. Uh, 4.65. Okay. I think crabbing will probably be the next one. I would say that'd probably be likely. Yeah. That would make sense to me. I think long line would be cool. I don't know how they're going to do it, but that would be cool. But I think crabbing is probably... A lot of people have been showing support for crabbing. They want crabbing, so wouldn't surprise me. Symmetry's not on, of course it isn't. Why wouldn't it be? Why would it be? Alright, goddamn. Let's cut you. Alright. Fix that later. Let's see. What was I doing? 4 points, so let's try 5 and change. Let's just go on the microcontroller and fix it here. I gotta fix a bunch of stuff here. So this is gonna go, stop. Let's see, negative. See where it actually gets to, and then, okay, there we go. The problem is with revving this so shallow, it I don't get some of the variability, but it's gonna be a nightmare to cool a big heavy revver, and it's gonna be a lot of fuel. So. See where I can get this to. Yeah, like if I go down to like here, we're at. See where I can get us. We got pretty good accuracy. Like I can keep it. You know, this will only count within a knot anyway. It's not doing doing decimals of knots. So there's 3 knots. Let's go. Full hard right rudder. Do a little maneuvering here. Full right. Bow thruster. Can't do asymmetrical thrust because I only have the one screw, so it's still, you know, with the bow, so I kind of need the bow thruster on this for any advanced maneuvering. And then looking at the, you know, I have the rear camera there, so I can kind of see where my dock space is. Like if I wanted a dock, here we'll go ahead and we will zero out the rudder. And then yeah, so I have plenty of control on this. Let's get cozied up on the dock here. I'm gonna try to get cozied right up on this dock, using just the cameras. Apparently the bow thruster doesn't stick, which it's supposed to be sticking. The bow thruster's not being sticky. I gotta fix that. Alright, might as well bring it in without the bow thruster working right. That's not gonna do shit. Alright, let's see. What's up with the bow thruster? I need to read this out. Where are you at? Bow thruster node. What? You are 5. Okay. Alright, bow thruster can go in there. Bow thruster not being sticky, which is weird to me. 001 enabled, -1 in that. 6. Just gonna get rid of that. I just want 6 on this. Yeah, let's just do 6 on that. Okay. I'll do a little bit of maneuvering here. See what it's doing. Let's kick on the... I have not kicked on the deck lights yet either. Let's do that. Or here. There are deck lights. Okay. Red deck lights, and I should be able to dim them. Alright. Alright, so I'm watching the dock here as well as I'm coming around. Hard to see with the smoke there coming off the back, but I can look behind me here with this one here. I'll put in some rudder, which is backwards until I fix it. trying to cozy right up on the dock here. I'll try to go diagonal here into the dock. Alright, there's a full rotation and dock. So not too bad. Pretty good and maneuverable. There we go. So pretty good and maneuverable there, so I can put it right where I want. Pretty good. Alright, good. So that's working alright. I'm going to try to work this thrust setting on here. I don't like the way it's working right now. Try to think about how to do this. I think the easiest way to do this, because the problem is, like, I have to count up from, you know, pretty much, where the hell is it? Oh, where are you at there, right? I don't even see it. Where the hell is it? Right here. Okay, so this, I'm having to count up through, and then I might have the torque to go a little bit lower on this. Let's try going a little lower on this. Let's go to 3 on the nose on that. Let's go down to 2. Because I don't think we're going to stall with this much torque. So kind of keep that in mind. This is all screwed up because of that tutorial where I leave the lines so that people in tutorial can see it. Now everything's in a gross, ugly way. Because I want my lines to be clean when I make it. Let's try those settings, and then I'll figure out what I want to do here for this counter. What did I put? 3, I think? I think I did 3. So I'm trying to decide where this clutch is in. I'm going to try to clutch it in at 30. It's supposed to be 3. That would have been a pain in the ass, but why is that doing that? Let's try these numbers. Make sure it doesn't stall when I go down below. It did. It's just stalled out, I think. Nope, it didn't. Okay, good. Didn't stall. The slowness there allows it so that I don't stall out. That just did it there on when I do reversals. I don't know why it stalled when I zeroed it. That doesn't make any sense. I should have zeroed the clutch out. Let's make sure that number's high enough for where we need to go here. It isn't. Okay. I need to do a bunch of PID tuning here. All right, let's get PID tuning done. I gotta do PID tuning on this, so let's just do that. I have yet to do it. I've been kind of putting it off, so Alright, panel, engine, seats. What are you? Starter and reverse. Okay. Let's move the starter and I'll hook those back up. All right, let's get this PID tuned. So I got to play with the numbers here again for the PID tuner. Yeah, this was just set up basically for the tutorial, so it get some basic numbers in there. I gotta fix it. All right, what do you have? 0.18. All right, let's play with these numbers. Let's get this tuned in real nice, because this will help. 3.5 idle. Where's my clutch in at? My clutch is in at 3, so let's go 2.9 idle. Because this should have enough torque, I should be able to run that real low. Let's make that 15 and I'll fix it. Alright. And then I disconnected something here. I need to move these two, so these need to be reconnected. PID tuner needs to come in. Where's that going? That can go away. And then what was the other one I moved? Was starters. Need to be reconnected. All right. All right, that should be good to go. Let's PID tune this and get this tuned in. Because like I want to get these pretty accurate. Yeah, we'll see you later, JP. How's it going there, David? How are you? Next career multiplayer is probably tomorrow. That's what I'll probably plan on. I should put our gauge up here. Reading the RPM. All right, let's get this finished. God damn it. I gotta do a bunch of shit to get this where I can work on it. All right, let's see. PID. All right, I want the PID number to come up here. And then I want RPM or RPS, doesn't matter. Right there, PID. All right, there we go. All right, now I can tune this in. I got all the info I need to be able to tune it in nicely. So I'm doing a way overshoot here, so I need to, I want to try to dial this in a little bit better. All right, so it's set to 15.5. We're getting 4.66. So let's drop this down to 5. Let's actually go right to 4.66. 4.66. So that's given us a very low number, and RPS is 3. I want to go up on that. So let's go. Yeah, relax, relax, relax. Alright, there we go. Finally calm down. Four, 6, 6. We're up to about 434. Now we're getting an oscillation a little bit. There's 0.9. So 0.9 and 301. Pretty good. Pretty damn close. 7. Let's try 0.95 here. Let's zero it. All right. I don't like this behavior there. Let's drop the I value down. And then let's go up a little bit on this. Try this, see what it does. Yeah, it doesn't like that at all. Let's try this from a stop, see what it does. Don't like how it behaves at idle, is the thing. See, it doesn't behave well at idle. Not the worst, not the most terrible thing, but yeah, it's got a friggin' wind up in there like crazy. All right. set to. We'll just do an artificial overrun method on it. Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. I want smooth operation, so I don't need perfection. I just need smooth operation. All right, so let's keep backing that down until that number goes down. What are we at there? 12 knots. All right. Let's go down to like 665. We going down yet? Not yet. All right, there we're hitting it. 88. Go to 6.5, I think. All right, and then 0.5 and. Try stopping it, see if it sits idle nicely. Not really. Yeah. Yeah, we'll just do it my normal way. All right, that's fine. Let's see. That's about dead on the money. 0.5, that's pretty good. Let's go up. One of the reasons why I do the overrun method is you can keep it nice and stable the whole time. It behaves just the way you want it. Alright, so 6, 3. Do 8.8 on that. That's what I got. 2.5 and nothings, and then that's working pretty well. You can actually go faster backwards. No, we can go about the same speed backwards. Different gear ratio, so I'm able to rev up more. Alright, so I'll go to 8.8. Alright. That's why I do this method, that I just, I have a bigger number than it needs to be, because it just works smoothly. It idles smoothly. It responds in a good time. It doesn't oscillate, you know. That's why I end up doing it like this, is it works well in all different areas. So stick that over there. All right, so let's run that, and then let's go 8.8 on this. All right. I think that's going to work well for us. That gives me the performance I want, so. All right, so that's good. Let's see what else we need to do here. Catch up in chat here. Probably go do a coffee break real quick. Yep. Yeah, I think it's nice and maneuverable. Works pretty well. How's it going there, Turtle Man? How are you? All right, I think I'm going to go and, let's see, setting RPS limiters or idle settings. So essentially what I'm doing is, you know, I'll show you real quick the way I have this set up. The only thing I don't like is the little bit of slow to get the throttle moving, but, so essentially what's happening is I either use the up-down arrows or I use the keys on the panel, and it moves an up-down counter. It either goes to negative 8.8 RPS or 8.8 RPS. So it either goes negative or positive. And then if it's negative, it goes in reverse. If it's positive, it brings an absolute value, so always the positive number through. The idle is 2.9, the max is 8.8. So I have an artificially low p-value. It tends to be the way I do this. Tends to work well. So artificially low p-value of 0.25, and so it's never going to get anywhere close to 8, but I want it to get to 4.6, so it undershoots a lot. And the benefit of that is by having such a low p-value, you never have to worry about overshooting the number and having it snap back. You don't have to worry about an I value, a D value really on that in this application. And it works well for idle. It works well for transitioning from forward reverse. It works well for everything. And so essentially what the p-value, because it's so low, it's never going to get to your set value, but it doesn't matter because if you just increase your set value, it will get to where you want. But it's always, you know, it's always going to undershoot, and so that keeps the oscillation, so it's not pretty much ever going to oscillate. When I was playing with the I value, you start getting that oscillation loop, and so you got to deal with that, and so you got to try to smooth that out. And so by doing it this way, just like it's limited smoothing, you have to do barely anything, and I think it's much better. It's a much better system to just do it this way, I find. It's just much more convenient, I find. So tends to be why I do that. Let me fix this real quick. Yeah, let's go for a quick coffee break, and I'll be right back. I want to get this. Want to start finishing up the panel. I'm going to complicate the starting procedure by a little bit, not too much, hopefully, so that I can easily get us going. All right, so I'll be right back. All right, I have returned. Let's get this panel worked on a little bit here for all this stuff over here. So let's look. All right, so here's the generator. So generator port, generator starboard, SWAT port, SWAT starboard. So what I'm going to do with this, trying to think of the best way to feed back to this panel. Let's go ahead and we'll grab, I just did a tutorial, if you've watched that. The part of the modular engine tutorial series, it pretty much just took the engine, converted it into a generator. So real simple there. We'll take that panel and we'll do one independently for each. And so kind of, if you didn't watch the tutorial, you should. But kind of show, like, you know, if you light up a bunch of lights, it uses a very little amount of electricity. If you have a wheel with a motor, it's going to be a lot of electricity, and so the system will ramp up, and then you can set essentially where you want it to turn on and off. So essentially, let's see. Let's see what I'm doing here. Try to see what the turn on is. All right, so the way I have this turned on, I might do it this way and leave it on. Let me just grab this real quick. I'll quickly tweak this panel up for this. Need to paint that. All right, let's get this to work the way I want it to. So let's get rid of the stuff I don't want. The superfluous shit. RPS air manifold, fuel manifold, clutch starter, coolant pump, alternator. Don't really need an alternator. Radiator fan, don't need that. I do need a battery. Starter generator on off, that's going to be part of the panel. Alternator PID value, let's get rid of that. P value, right there. Okay, let's clean this up a little bit. So I need... Positive input. This is going to be, let's see. Panel. Okay, what are you? Starter, and then you are clutch, and then hopefully that will be it for that. And we'll need 2 of these. So let's move these, and then we have 2 independent generators, and then we're just doing alternators off of the main engine, and then if you need more power, you'll turn on a generator. Let's work on this one, make sure this one has everything I need first. Let's actually go up to the top and get all the nodes. So this is the port gen. So that is this one. Generator port 9. Okay. So essentially we have an idle, we have a max RPS on there. And then we have the alternator portion down here. So it's taking the battery. We want a max full battery. We want to compare it to the battery. That's the P value on the alternator. That number worked well for me. Again, like I said, I don't like this modular tutorial. It has a bunch of cool, like a lot of people keep, if a new player asks, you know, I can't cool my engine, how do I cool my engine? The answer that most people are going to give them is use an electric radiator. So I put in the tutorial how to use the electric radiator. I think the best at the moment is just use an impeller and constant run it. It's but you know, that's what people are gonna be told, so I tend to put that in the tutorial so they know at least how to do it. So not how I like to do it, but I think that's best for the tutorial. All right, so let's see. The panel, shit, I already forgot the number because brain did something else. Let's figure that out again. 9. Okay, 9. All right, let's see. All right, so a bunch of stuff if 9 goes off here, so that's the starter part of it. This is going to be, what is that? That's the PID, that's overheat protection. And then this is the PID right there for the alternator. And then, so the alternator goes up, and the alternator is going to read a number, and that number is going to come up. And so the generator is going to idle at 3.5, and it's going to go up to max of 15 RPS. It'll automatically rev up and down to produce as much electricity as we need. Clutch, it will auto clutch in. Okay, probably with a 12. I could probably run this even lower. We'll play with the numbers in a second here. Let's do it right now. Why not? Start a cutout. Let's go to 2 1/4. I think we have enough torque. We don't have to worry about it. Clutch engagement RPS. Let's make it 3. Clutch 0 at 2.75. Let's run them like that. If we get some stalling, I know I have to play with those numbers. Essentially, the difference these numbers are is the starter, especially like this has a flywheel, so sometimes you want to get it up to a little bit of higher RPS before you stop the starter, so that if it starts to slow down again, it doesn't stall the engine. So usually I go to 2.5. At 2, the engine is started, but if it backs down below 2, it's going to stall. Clutch engagement RPS, if you have a small motor, like from the example, it was a 2-cylinder motor. So I usually go up to like 3.5 RPS. That's a full 1 RPS greater than where the starter is going to come on again. That way it's not, you don't have the starter coming on. If you slow the engine down, it gives the clutch time to release before it stalls your engine out. Then the clutch 0 is if it should be reducing the clutch at this point if it goes below 3. If it hits 2.75, it should zero the clutch out so that hopefully the clutch is disengaged and the starter doesn't have to come back on, so it doesn't stall it out. So hopefully these are 12-cylinder generators, so they are bigger than what this was on. So because they're bigger, they should have more torque. I don't need them to be so lowly. Let's go ahead. Starters there. Clutch. Battery. Where are you at? Bat. RPS. Actually, I don't want it off that. Let's see. I don't want it off this battery. So ideally what I want is I want to read a read of the total system. And so the way I'm doing my electrical system, let's look at it here. So here's the port battery. The port battery goes to the port battery bus. Then you have the generator bus. So the generator bus is here. And so the port battery goes here. It connects to the generator bus. Let's see. Generator bus to there. I don't want to be too pedantic here with this, but battery should go to the main bus. Generator should also go to the main bus and the battery bus. It's all going to connect anyways. That's the way you would do it IRL. It doesn't matter. Fucking hell, where is it connected now? So I should just daisy them through is fine. That works. So this allows you to segregate the battery from the system here, and then this allows you to segregate the generator from the system there, and then this is the master that connects it up. And so we have essentially I'm running 2 masters here. Same thing on this. And then really what these should do is these should cross connect like that because I'm running dual masters. And essentially, they just meter out the 2 systems. And then what I should be doing is I'm not going to be able to read that off of that, am I? See, the problem is I wish we had a way to read current off of the system. We can't, so we just can't. I can't read current the way I should. I should be able to read current. I can't, so we'll just take it off that battery, I guess. Because ideally I want to pull it off of here. And I can't. Because the only thing that will show me charge is a battery. That's why, like, my diesel electric, I had to finally just put a battery in there because I can't recharge any other way. So that's kind of sucky, but whatever. Air manifold. Fuel manifold. Let's see what else we need here. We need engine. And then the panels. Okay. All right, and then hopefully that's good. Let's run the one, and then I'll see. So this here is going to go... What is reading back there? What is this? I do not know what that is. What are you reading there? Electrical panel. Oh, shit. This is going to be a mess. All right. Crap on a stick. What am I doing here? Disconnect some of these here and try to... I'm trying to... Alright. I need to segregate the systems a little bit. Let me segregate these systems a little bit here. I'm not going to redo the numbers, but I'm going to segregate the systems. So let me freshly segregate these systems. Alright, so the first panel here is... This is the drive system. That's there. Alright. Next we have... battery port. Oh, stop. Battery starboard. The values. Then we have volts, master breaker, and bridge systems. This is all one set of systems. And this can go like that. All right. Shit. Let's see. Okay, that will go like that. And then this here needs to come off of electrical breaker. All right, that's done. All right, so that electrical system is isolated. Then this here needs to go from there to here. Okay. That works. Then this here needs to be copied and go across. All right, and let's fix this up. All right, so this is going to be engine, starters, RPS, air manifold, fuel, battery will run off the port there, clutch. Because ideally, I want these generators to be reading the voltage off of the master system, but I can't, which sucks. So I have to isolate them, which is not the way I want to do it. But again, it's a limitation of the game, so there's no point in bitching about it. All right, so then this panel here is going to come across. I like doing it this way because, like, I could add 400 generators and they all talk to each other. And so that's why I kind of like to loop-de-loop them through this. That's what I do for all my engines now, is I have them talk to one another like that. I find it works best. I've hooked that in the wrong friggin' panel, didn't I? Yep. It goes to this one. All right, so that's going to talk to those, and then that will put them through. So this, theoretically, I could change the numbers up, but I'm going to leave them the same. Maybe. Let's see. I don't want to screw with these numbers. I might just play with these. Well, we'll leave them the same. 9, 10, 11, and 12. All right, 9, 10, 11, 12. All right, so this here is going to be 9. All right, and then we have SWATs. I don't. Okay. Shit. Now I got to expand the panel. What, is there anything I can get rid of? I don't think so. No. You know, let's not expand this one. Let's expand the other one. And we'll put both SWATs through that. Okay. So that's good there. That's going to send the info across. Trying to think what I could do here. Let me look at it real quick. I might be able to pare these down. No, okay. That's fine. I'll stick it on the other one. Yeah, I try to think ahead of like what the next build's gonna need so that the system's set up. So there's 10. And then we're gonna expand that out. Don't really like setting it up this way, but whatever. Okay, so 9, 10. So that's 11 and 12. All right, that should be fine. I could loop it like that. I don't need to, but I could. All right. All right, so that is... Fuck, I knew that was going to cut through the hull. Try not to do that, but not the end of the world. I've got nothing of consequence right here, so... Not the end of the world, but I really didn't want to do that. Okay. And you're going to be a bitch to paint, aren't you? Come on, dude. Come on, 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 come on. Let me fucking paint it. There we go. No, stop. Yeah, because ideally what you would want is you'd want to have all your batteries connect into the master breaker or breakers, and then you'd want to read the voltage off of the master breaker. We can't do that in game, which sucks, because what you'd want to do is you would have this generator read the voltage off the master breaker, and you'd have this generator read the voltage off the master breaker, and it wouldn't matter which generator you had running, they would rev up or down to compensate for the load. And you can't do that. You have to do it off the battery, because the battery is the only way to read load, unfortunately, in game. So it's kind of a pain in the ass, but it is what it is. All right. So let's get these systems connected here. All right, and then they'll get breaker panels later. So let's do a test on these real quick. So let's go to 50, 35 or something. Let's do like 50. Yeah, they're not going to read right with infinite electricity on. I'm not ready to test them without infinite electricity, so they should be fine. We'll kick them on. We'll just make sure they kick on. But we can't test them yet because I don't have the I don't have all the electrical systems set up yet, so it's not a big deal. Let's just kick these 2 gens on. I disconnected some stuff down here I got to worry about. Okay, I don't have these. They're not plumbed up to breathe yet, so let's plumb them up to breathe. All right, they don't have exhaust. They're not plumbed up to breathe yet. I don't think they're plumbed up for yeah, they don't have fuel either yet, so they don't have half the stuff they need. I wasn't sure if these were staying where they are. I think we will keep them where they are. And then, yeah, so I can plumb up the rest of the stuff here. Let's do that. Okay, where are you at on the build? Right there. We have a wall here that I can go in on. Okay. Where staircase is? Yeah, that's where the staircase is. Okay, we don't want to do that. Make sure, yeah, it's the doorways there. Try to get to the stack, so. I think we'll do air on one and exhaust in the other. Alright, so that there is going to be air. And then I think how we run the air up here. We can still we have these. I can run air and exhaust there. Okay. Let's run them. Trying to run them up to the top of the stacks here. It's kind of gross in there. I could just join them. I don't think we're going to have too much problem running. Afraid we steal some air from the engine, but I don't think we will. I don't know. Let's run air on one and exhaust on the other. Okay, let's run air on this side. Don't do that. There's symmetry still on. Okay. What did I delete? Okay, I didn't. Okay. We're good there. Alright, so we'll join the air and the exhaust on the two gens. I think that should be fine. If it isn't, we can deal with it then. Okay, so there's going to be air for the two generators. Got one there, huh, already? For now, it's just like this. I'll fix it later and put proper stacks in. Probably some of this could have been done symmetry, but I just don't want to screw it up either, so. Alright, so there's air, and then I'm just going to loop them like this, so. Let's give us a little bit of interest in here. Do symmetry on that. Okay. One thing I did want to delete was that pipe, and that's the one thing I made sure I deleted. There we go. good. That's lined up. Stop, stop, stop. Nobody clicked on that. Alright. Alright, so the exhaust will come up on this end. And then I'll join the exhaust in a second here. Okay. This is the part I should have done symmetry on, but I don't know if it's going to precisely be the same, so I want to wait. We still have symmetry on the other side. Get out of there. Nothing over here? Interesting. Alright, so that should loop those. Let's loop the exhaust together. Alright. That's paint. All right, so that's in for now. I'm gonna actually stack those up later and put stacks out, but they're plumb for now. Let's try to start them up. Let me catch up a chat. Yeah, exactly. Sidestepping the oscillation output by low sensitivity. You know, certain things you can't do that for, like autopilots, like altitude holds especially, you can't do that. But it works great for an engine. Like an engine, you know, it's like if you stomp on the throttle pedal in your car, it takes time for the engine to, you know, like say it was a carburetor, right? You're going to stomp on the throttle pedal and open up the throttle valve. And it's going to take time for the air to come in. It doesn't matter how hard you stomp on that. It's going to take time for it to come in. So there's going to be a lag anyway. So you don't need it to overreact. It's going to react when it reacts. And that's kind of how you want that engine to behave, you know. And so, like, getting it, like, people really, like, focus on trying to get it, like, perfectly precise. And, like, I've had plenty of comments in the video, like, oh, you know, if you put this I value here and this, I was like, dude, the point is, I want anybody to be able to take the tutorial and then be able to apply it to their engine and have it work. And like showing them like this tiny, like this precise I value, D value, and P value for this one engine is great for that one engine. But like, you know, it's not gonna work on like a new person's engine is gonna, you know, they make it the engine a certain size, and it doesn't work, and then they're frustrated, and then I have to answer 200 questions. So that's why that value, especially in the beginners tutorials, is it works well for getting an engine up and running. By undershooting the value, you just keep increasing the the RPS value until it goes where you want it to. And you're not going to have to worry about oscillations. You're not going to have to worry about runaway or any of that. So, works well. What the fuck? Why is that? It could be the, could be that I changed the start value. Start value. Let me look. Try to see where the air value is at. Okay, 2 1/4 is not going to be enough for this engine. Get in there. F. Press the F key 900 times. You're not doing it. Oh, I didn't hook up the fuel. God damn it, I didn't hook up the fuel. So let me fix that back. That should. I was wondering why that wasn't going to work. It's like, maybe it doesn't have enough torque. I'm like, the 12 cylinders, they should have enough torque. It's the I haven't hooked the fuel up yet. So let's put those back. Let's hook this fuel up. I see the problem is I put in fuel manifolds and I never actually connected them. So put in a lot of stuff on this engine and then never end up connecting it. So. Kind of confused me a little bit there. All right. All right. Even bother running the gas off of that? Okay. Let's crack them now. Get fuel now. What the fuck? Is it running into problems now? Ah, missed a pipe. Ah, you suck. That's when he starts getting frustrated, and it's like, keep missing little shit, and you keep trying to do your tests. Alright, you bastard. Got 2 friggin' fuel pipes now? We do. Okay, good. There we go. They're running now. Jesus Christ. I was like, there's no way in hell a 12-cylinder is not powerful enough to run it. That, you know, to shut the starter off. So like, you can see this is not even, you know, it's barely clutched in. You can see. You know, it's barely clutching in because the Harbor Gen's barely running because I have infinite electricity on. So that should rev up. We have cooling flows are low because we're at idle, but we shouldn't be producing much heat at idle, and air flows are light at idle. They're actually not that light. It's running up at 200 something liters per second, so getting plenty more than enough air than we need. So that should be fine once we put some load on this. All right, good. That engine's looking big, man. But whatever. It's doing its job. All right, so gens are in. S-Watts, they're not going to produce, I haven't plugged it in, but they're not going to really be producing much S-Watts at the moment because, where's that going to there? Am I reading them here too? Because I changed the systems up, so let me look at this real quick. Battery star, battery port. Okay, that's voltage. Why are they going up there? To electrical. Am I reading S-Watts out of this electrical panel? Let me look. If I'm reading S-Watts out of here, I am. Alright, so that's 11 and 12. Electrical panel. Alright, good. Let's do this instead. That actually helps me out. So let's go, where are we at here? So electrical panel right here will read the info to right there, and then this here I can shrink this sucker back down because I don't need these anymore, which that actually works out pretty well. So let's cut that back like that. You can actually cut that panel logic off of that too. Could cut a node off the other one too. We'll just leave it like it is, but that works. Alright, good, that works out well. Alright, so that will read the S-Watts out. Let's just test it real quick. Not that we're going to get a lot because it's currently not going to be able to read the batteries with infinite electricity. Should be reading something, though. Why are you not reading anything, you scum? I plugged you in. That is going to starboard S-Watts. Should be 11 and 12. Fucking bearing panel. Get up there so you know what you're looking at. There we go. Ugh. It's a mess, man. That's a problem pulling it off of a different vehicle sometimes. Should be reading 11 and 12 though. And I think those are 11 and 12. This stuff I don't need, so I might as well kill this stuff. Yeah, let's kill these. I don't need these. And then what's that? That's port and starboard gen. Okay. Don't need that crap in there anymore. That's gone. Alright, let's get the engine panel hooked up here. So that's fine. I don't know why those aren't running right. Let me check the numbers. 11 and 12, 9, 10. That's good. Okay. So this is going to there. Let's just cut that out the middleman and go right to there. And then we could cut that node if we needed to. And then this comes back from electrical, which is reading the 2 gens. Okay. That works. Let's see. And then let's check out the engine panel here. Alright, so this should be diesel fuel valve, starter, temp, RPM, diesel gen S-Watts. Okay. So those two will connect, and then this one here is going to go to the engine panel. Drive panel, seat, engine. Okay, there we go. All right. I'm going to move a bunch of shit again, which means I'm going to have to redo connections, but whatever. Let's redo the connections here. Alternators. So the alternators are going to be what actually does some of it. That's going to do some of it. Battery. Ugh. Again, I don't know what I want to read for battery here because I got to pick one. This is the problem. Is I got to pick one. I shouldn't have to pick one. I should be able to read the master system of what the draw is. But I know that's a little bit specific. Let's go there. Screw it. We'll go off that one. Reverse needs to be rehooked. Okay. What is that hooked into? I moved it, so it's probably something different. Right, starters. That's what happens when you move the nodes, is they keep the connections a lot of time. Okay, and then alternators are plugged in. All right, so let's go look at that. So we have the diesel fuel valve, the starter, temp, and RPM. All right. And then Gen S watts, okay. All right, there we go. Let's go do this. So where are we at here? So there's the bridge panel. All right, so the bridge panel now is going to do a lot of what 6 does, but not all of it. So that's going to go... Okay, you go up here somewhere. Be out of the way. All right, so that's going to do the fuel valve, which will do this pretty much. All right, so that's goner. Okay, then this is going to be a goner as well. All right, good. So then that's going to do that. That's going to make sure that it turns on the fuel valve for that. So when we shut that off, it will kill the PID. All right, so that's job. And then 2 is the starter. We're going to hold the starter till the engine starts. So I like that a little bit better, more fun. Do that. Okay, so that's going to do the starter. And then we have, what is it, 5? 5 is going to turn on the generator for this side here. Okay. 5 turns on the alternators, which are on that. I might put a generator on there as well. We'll see. Hopefully keep it to just alternators, and then if I need to, I have 2 harbor generators. I might as well use them, so I might as well turn them on if we need the battery, you know. All right, good. So let's see what we need here. That's hooked up. That's all hooked up. All right, now we need to read out the S watts, the temperature, and the RPS. All right, so let's see. We have that. Do we have an S watts read in here? I don't think we do. I'm not going to get an S watts off the alternator, am I? No. Not going to get an S watts off the alternator, so let's just say screw it. We'll get rid of that gauge, and I'll put in some enunciators in there instead. So we'll do some enunciators. Let's actually figure those enunciators out before I get too far ahead here. All right. So that is diesel RPM, temp. That's going to be diesel gen. And then we need to have, let's see. Put fuel on here too, I guess. Whatever the hell that's going to be. All right, good. Let's color those in. All right, so let's figure that out. So it's going to be RPS, which I want RPM. All right, that's RPM at temp. And what else do I need to add in there? Enunciators. So 7 and 8 for enunciators. Okay. All right, and then what's that? That's high temp, so if this is greater than... Where did that just go? All right, there it is. So that's, if the temperature is greater than 110... All right, and then that's going to go there. All right. Then what's the other one? The other one is low fuel, so I need to figure out what the fuel values are going to be. And then... All right, and that should work. That should work out for what we need there, I think. All right. How's the fuel gauge? Right there. All right. What is this going to? Nothing? Yeah, this goes to nothing here. Let's kill that. All right. Go ahead and we'll spawn that in. Check all that stuff. But making progress on the bridge here. I just want to get it so that it's fully operational for us. Alright, so let's see. Alright, so the engine's up and running. We have the RPM temp. Let's turn on the gen port. Don't know why that's reading nothing. That'll kick in the alternators. The alternators can run. Fuel, why the fuck are you reading nothing? Pretty sure we have fuel in there, you scumbag. Why are you reading nothing? Let's see. 22.8. Say 50. 22.850. So why the hell are you not reading this correctly there, guy? Madam? Liquid level right there. Going to fuel. Okay. Okay, because I never plugged it in. So that's got to go to what? Where's that going? Oh, I didn't. Okay, I didn't make another one. That's why. Let's see. That'll be why. So that is 6. 6, I believe. Anything else I need to read out to this? I don't think I do. No, I don't think I do. Alright, so that's 6. That's fuel. And then... 5,000 liters. That will flash. Alright. That won't flash. That will go solid. But that's why I wasn't working, is I didn't hook it in. I hooked in the light, but I didn't hook in the actual value. Alright, good. So that should be up and running. Go put it through space a little bit here. Try to finish up this electrical system. Alright, so this is max speed. 12 is the, 11 knots is the real one. I was going to go a little bit faster, but I also want the RPS down because I want good fuel burn here. Liking the cameras. I need to fix the movement on the cameras. I might just get rid of the movement on the cameras, frankly. They're pretty much, like, I've got 360 view, so I've got the full bow view, full stern view. I've got the full bow this way and all behind us here. And then I have looking back behind too. So I've got all angles. Alright, let's go ahead and put a GPS coordinate on there. I need the GPS shut off. That's one thing I do need, so we'll put that in. Alright, so that's going in. Autopilot and GPS. And as you can see, it is turning us. That is still backwards. That's going to get fixed. So autopilot is in. Deck lighting, as you can see, are whites. Let's go nighttime. I didn't show it the pictures, but you guys haven't seen what this looks like at night, really. That's with the deck lighting on. Yeah, it looks pretty good. All right, that's with the red deck lighting on. Okay, and then we can dim them. So there's our full dim reds, and then we can brighten them. There are full bright reds. Shut them back off. And then we have bow spots, if I can reach it. There are bow spots. So they are both these there and then the ones up there. So this floods everything out nicely. All right, and then we have Port spots, so light up the port side there, both forward and aft. We have starboard spots and we have stern spots. So that's full light package there, all directions. You know, and then if we want to underlight closer to us, we'll just switch to whites and brighten it up, and then you can see there. So pretty well lit up there. Let's see what else we get. I don't have any infrared spots at the moment. All right, good. Let's see what else we need here. That's pretty good. Panels are filled out pretty well, I think. Let's go ahead and let's do a heading hold real quick. So let's put in a heading of, I don't know, 075. Switch to heading. And see, we're going to the right. Heading hold takes precedence in case we have to steer around an obstacle. So even if GPS is still engaged, you would put the heading hold on, it will override it. And then you disconnect it and you'll go back on course. So if you needed to make a small course correction to, say, get around an obstacle, you can enter in a heading, put it on heading hold, and then it will override the GPS. And then when you shut it back off, it goes back on GPS. So we can also do radio. I don't have an antenna hooked up yet, I don't believe. Or, well, it's faked at this point anyway. But it's working pretty well. We have depth under keel, heading, and knots there. Working pretty well. Let's pull it back and let's do some work on paint and some of this other stuff. We could do aluminum. I might, yeah, we can do aluminum. I just want to bring the train into it, so I might bring the, bring the train in. So, shall see. Fix some of this paint that I screwed up with doing this. Goddamn symmetry. Could have sworn I just clicked it on. Did I click it off? What did I do? Yep. Those are fixed. In here's a zoo, probably. Yeah. Alright, good. We need interior lighting. Needs to be worked on. This light here, I don't like where its position is. I don't know. It doesn't offend me that much right now. Let's get some stacks worked on too. How many we got there? 4 exhausts, or 3 exhausts and 2 air intakes. What? Why do we have that? What's the story with that? I'm running dual exhausts off the main. That's why. Okay. We have 4 total? 5. 5. Okay, good. Perfect. There's 5 right there. This John's an air. Oh, those are off, huh? Okay, so this one is an air, I believe. This one here. Far left is an air. Center is an air. Stand by, guys. Just got a quick message. All right, good. There we go. So those are plumbed in. Let's screw around with electrical. I think we're finally ready to hook up electricity. What is this? Those are hot bus. Let's get the hot bus going first. What are you going to? Why is that plugging into a light? I don't know. Hot bus there. What else needs to be hot bussed? The weights need to be hot bussed. All right, so this will go off of, we'll pick a battery. We'll go off of this one here. So port battery will be the hot bus. So the event that the hot bus stuff eats up the battery, it will, you know, we can isolate the starboard battery so we don't lose electricity. What is this? Distance sensor. All right, so let's do the weight. The weight has to be a hot bust. These will go together as sensor packages. All right, good. This will go to the hot bus. What else needs hot bus? Not these, but these need to be connected, so. All right, and then that is going to go off of the master bus. It'll be one of these. So that's fine right there. Rudder will go off the master bus. What is this? Why am I connecting this to random shit is what I want to know. This goes off the master bus. This does not need electricity. These will go to the two, let's see where I want to go. That should go off master bus. Okay, this should also go off the master bus. So I'll just plug it into that, screw it. That needs to go off the master. These here can go off the master. Okay. Why is this light not plugged in is the question. That needs to plug in. I did do that side. Okay, the lighting is going off the hot bus. Usually hook all the light in the hot bus. That way, you know, you should be able to turn most of the lights on when you're not really powered up. That helps you see and do all that shit. So let's hook up all the lighting in there. I believe I got, yep, that's going down. And then this needs to hook into the lighting suite up here, which is quite complex. So, what do you light? I think all these are connected except the new ones. Light, light, light. This light here needs to connect. Alright, so I think all the lights are added in. I moved some of them, so that should be good. Okay, so that whole lighting suite's plugged in. Let's do the cameras. The cameras are plumbed in to one another here. That goes there. Okay, I think the cameras are all plugged in. Hopefully they look like it. So let's go ahead and take this one. This one will go off of the master. All right, rudder's already done off the master. What are you, sir, madam? These are going to be hot bust. That goes to there. Let's hook you to there as well. Anything that like should be a manual door that we can't make into a manual door is going to go hot bust. All right, sorry, I just said that and then I didn't hook it in to the right spot. All right. Do it, disconnect it, come on. Game like slowed down, or my PC slowed down, and then it was like, no, fuck you. All right, there we go. That's good. What are we doing here? What are you? That's the sink. Okay. All right, so that is lighting, all that stuff. This stuff here is definitely not off the hot bus, we'll tell you that much. That's all going to... Okay, so that's all the crane business. Crane business is going to go to the master. The bow thruster is going to go to the master. The sensors go to the master. And then bridge systems are left. So these go to the hot bus. That just bends the stuff, so that goes hot bus. And the master's going to come up, and we'll do from here. It's kind of annoying to do it to this one, but we'll do it there for now at least. Okay, and then these, I still need to find a home for this, the lighting panels. All right, so those are all plumbed in. I think that was the last of the systems. Let's go ahead and I want to get those panels moved. So these need to go somewhere. This needs all this, like this is supposed to depict the front mast and the rear mast, and the colors are all screwed up now. So I got to fix that at some point. Okay, and then those, where are they going to go? Alright, so those are plumbed in. This is annoying. This needs to be fixed. Let's try fixing that. So that'd be 1. Okay. Rudder. Alright. So let's do it. Let's shut off infinite electricity. The big one's the weight. The weight needs to be constantly powered because it will slide to one side and then we're screwed. So that one's always got to have power. Alright, so we should be able to come in. Let's quickly turn on the systems. Right. Rudder. That's still fucking... Yeah, this one's backwards. I got to feed it a negative number. It sucks that I have to do this, but I do. I've tried flipping it and everything else. It just doesn't work, so I got to do that. All right. One more time. Come on, give me the fucking rudder. Gets old doing it 12 times. There we go. Get in there, get in there, get in there. All right, good. That's finally done. That's been bugging me. All right, good. That's done. Finally. This is... Let's get rid of this for now. Don't need that. All right. Do we play with these lights? Green over white? How does that set up? Yeah, it's green over white now. Let's fix these. Alright, so it should be white, white. White, 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 red, red. White, 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 red, red. White, white. White, red, red. White, 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 red, red. White, white, red. White, white, red. Let's see. White, white, red. Okay, good. White, white, red. Yellow, red. Okay, yellow, red. White, white, red, yellow, red. Okay, that works. Alright, so that didn't need to fix too much on that. Alright. So I need to take a picture of this because I need to run these numbers. So let's take a pic. Let me check the numbers on these. Display cap on? No, good. Okay. Let's see. You're 9. Okay, 1 through 8, 9, and then 17. Okay. We just count them to make sure. 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 24. All right, 1 through 8, 9, and then 9 through 16, and then 17 through 24. Okay. Let's get those fixed. It's good to have a picture of them. All right, this is them right here. So 1 through 24. Ugh, this is gross. Get the picture up. So I kind of hope to do what I'm doing here. It's kind of gross and a pain in the ass here. Didn't get a composite signal. All right, see ya. All right, let's see. So we need... let's see. White. 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 Red, red. Red. Oh, shit. I didn't skip. Alright, I gotta skip one. White, white, white. Skip. Red. 15. Skip. The next red. Top center white is actually toward... Oh, fuck. What's this? Active inputs. 1 and then 24. Total 24. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6. What the hell, man? Is 24 there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. How the fuck is this not? It says there's 24 channel count. God damn it, I hate it when it... They used to not pair themselves down like that, now they do. And it's frustrating when you're trying to set these up that it does that. It really is. Let's try. So we're going to break it up so they don't pair themselves down because the game does that. It used to not do that. Then they changed it so that if you're not using them, they kind of disappear and it screws up your counting. It really does. All right, so there are the first 3 white ones right there. What? Why did I go from the bottom here? Why didn't I go here? Oh, it's that one. Okay, that's one. This one's weird. All right, that's fine. All right, so that's going to go like that. And then we have the next set here, which is going to be 4, 5. Okay, so 5. So we'll start at 5. We'll make it a 3-banger. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 is the top red. 5. And then we have skip 1, and then we have center red. Okay, that's good there. Let's just jam this sucker back up. Let's put it up here. Screw it. Go right there. It's fine. Okay, that will go like that. And then we want to start the front masts, which are these two here, right here. So that's going to be... Start a fresh one here. All right, so that is going to be, what are we? 9. And there's 2 of those. Green, it's green over white. I don't know why I have this backwards then. You double check the lighting diagram. Thought it was green over white. Yeah, it's green over white. Okay, it's just this is funked up. Try to get them in the order that they're supposed to be in so you can kind of look at it and see how the mast itself is set up. It makes it a lot easier to figure it out. I've pretty much given up on this being clean and not an absolute pain in the ass, so it's just kind of moving along. All right, good. That's done. And then we need 17 and 3. So let's go 17, and this is going to be 3, and we want to do the next 2 whites. Okay. All right, then we're going to go and we're going to skip 3. So it'll be 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. So 23 and 24 are the last ones. Okay. There's a better way to do it. Don't do that, please. There we go. All right, then that should be amber toe, which I'm not hooking up anyway for this, but it will be plugged in here. And then bottom red, starboard, we'll hook up there. And then that should... okay, I need to add one. I need to add... Crap. Crap, crap, and crap. Alright, that's fine. I could figure out what I want to do here. Alright, so that's not what I want. Let's update this real quick, and I'm going to go back and fix this. So, these are supposed to be standard nav here. That's supposed to be the right red. This one's supposed to be the left green. And then the white forward is this one. And then the amber toe is there. So what I'm going to do is move amber toe up and go like that. So that'll be starboard red. That'll be regular running red. And that'll be regular running green. All right, so we'll take a new pick. That'll fix it. Fun and exciting. So, okay, let's do that. So that's not too much difference. I'm trying to get them all in here so that I can fix them later for, you know, what they need. All right, so let's go ahead and... So those are the front masts. Those are fine. This set here needs to be reconfigured, so let's just delete it and fix it. So this will be... All right, and I'll add one to this one. So this one needs the green. So this whole thing's friggin' backwards, unfortunately. Whatever. I don't give a shit. The bottom's gonna be backwards, so I gotta fix that. Whatever, I'll just do it like this. That's not the end of the world. Then I'll fix it if it needs to later. I'm kind of sick of it already. This lighting sucks. It really does. It's a pain in the ass. All right, so this one I need 24, 23, 22. So 22 is going to be 3. And then what I'll actually do is I'll move the bottom green. So it should be amber toe. This red, and then it should be the bottom, the starboard green right here. All right, so that should be like that. All right, that'll work. All right, and then I need to fix this one up here. I can do one more on that. So let's see, what's that going to be? That's going to be 16. So I just need one of these for 16. 16. And 16 will also go on this. All right, that should be fine. And then that will plug in. That should fix the lights. And I need to fix one because the way it oriented it. So... I'll kind of show you how this is oriented. So this is front mast, but it's also port. So this is the front mast, and this is the port color. So the port should actually be this. And then that should be like that. So this is starboard green. That's port red. This is the mast itself, and then this is the bow. So that should be hopefully colored up right. We'll see. Ultimately, it's probably going to be a big fart, and it's not going to work. But we'll see. The likelihood I get that on the first try is very slim. Need to do something else in here that I keep forgetting to do. So where is the systems? The bridge systems right here. Bridge systems need to come in. And they need to go in for the backlight signal on this and this. Okay. Because it won't show the number the mast is on unless I am on the helm, so I don't want that. All right, so that shows 1 should be top mast light, 2 should be regular running. So red's on this side, green's on this side. You usually have it facing this way, so it doesn't matter. 3 is going to be, we're trawling, so you can't see it from here, but the front 2 mast lights are on. We don't think we have a rear, we just have stern white. I don't have the stern white lit, so I got to find which one's stern white. I didn't do stern white, so I might do stern white on this one here as stern white. So stern white's not lit, so I got to do that. That is double white. All right, so this is shooting lines, or shooting nets. So if we're putting the nets out, we should have this configuration. We'll do it at night, be nice to see. So that should be our shooting nets, putting our nets out. Okay, and then we should have, this is hauling nets. Fuck, why are you on? You should not be on. Amber. So Amber needs to fix on hauling nets 5. I don't have it plugged in, but that needs to be fixed. So Amber should be off for hauling nets, but that's what hauling nets looks like, is that. So that will show everybody your hauling nets. And then that is going to be not moving, essentially. That is, that's underway. This is underway, restricted in movement, I believe. That is, I forget. That's constrained by draft, maybe. I'm not sure. I can't fucking remember. But usually you don't use those anyways. Main ones we're going to be using is anchor light. So we're at anchor. Turn some friggin' lights on in here for a second. So we're at anchor. Let's turn on the deck lights. At anchor, regular running, trawling, shooting, and hauling. Those are the main ones I'm going to be using. All right, let's fix the amber. All right, what number is amber is the question. 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. 22 should not be lit. Okay. So we'll take 22 out. All right, that's fine. All right, so that's good. All right, nice, nice, nice. All right, so that one looks pretty good. And then where's my stern light? My stern light is right here. So what I want to do is, let's stick the stern light in somewhere. So let's stick the stern light. Stop it. Jesus Christ. Let's go right there. Fucking hell. Give me this color. Right there. So that will be 15, 14, 14 for stern. Okay. All right, so that's got a stern light on now. All right, so that should be good. Let's save this. I haven't saved in a while. All right, let's run through the electricity. You catch up on chat here. Yeah, it looks pretty good. It's not too bright. It's nice. How's it going there, Muffins VR? How are you? Oh, thank you, thank you. No name for it yet. We'll figure that out. Community voting will be done tomorrow midnight. Alright, let's see. What was I doing here? Alright, let's light her up. I don't have interior lighting yet, but that's not a big deal. Alright, let's go. Alright, we're at anchor here. Alright, let's start up like we're starting up. So, we're eating electricity, which is good. Alright, good. So we want to... SWATs is still not reporting. I don't know why. Okay, there it goes. It was just super low. Alright, so as you can see, that's maintaining battery, all we need. It's a little bit over exaggerated because when I did the tutorial, it was a 2-cylinder. We're now running 12s in the Harbor Gens, so it's you see it quickly, like, it volts up. It will just twitch the volts gauge, but that one Harbor Gen's more than enough. Like, we'll start banging some systems on. You can start to see that SWATs will start going up as I start knocking on electrical usage here. There it goes. See it climbing. Now, the lighting does not use much. It's the big things like, I start doing this, though. Electric motors use a lot of electricity, so... You see, we're still losing electricity with just that on. And then, do I bridge this? Why the hell are why the monitor's not on? We turn the rudder. Okay, rudder's finally moving the right direction. Why are these not on? That's annoying. Oh, probably electricity, I'd say. Okay. We test that real quick. Yep. It's electricity, okay. So you see we're losing electricity with just the one generator on, with that bow thruster on, so we turn the other one on. It's gonna, because the two batteries are merged at the master breaker, it should be revving them up. I haven't geared these up yet. Obviously they could use some more gearing to get more power out of them. But you see we're still losing. We're not losing as much, but we're still losing, so... Gear those up a little bit. And actually we should be on 2 if we're moving like this, so. Let's fire up the diesel. Let's start reversing out. I don't have cameras, but make it work without them. Right, so you see, why are we still draining electricity? That doesn't make any sense to me. Let me turn on the generators for the engine, too. See if that's enough to get us out of the hole. Yeah, that's going to get us out of the hole. It's close. I just need to gear up the harbor generators. The harbor generators are just not powerful enough. Well, they're not producing enough electricity because there's no, the gearing's not enough. All right, let's spin this around here. So I can use my rudder indicator, see where I'm at now. You can see how that's overreacting the, so I need to work on the harbor gen gearing. I want to go check them while they're running up max speed just to see what how the cooling looks. I can't tell what speed we're going. We're probably going 12 knots. All right, let's go ahead and enter in the autopilot coordinates there, and let's kick on the GPS. Let's go downstairs, check on the harbor gens, see how they're producing. Let's get some coffee in the oh, this is not working. Okay, that needs electricity. Hello, sir. Cat's grabbing at me. We'll put him up for his, he woke up. So. All right, let's check the flow on these. All right, good. That's 175, 175. That should be a good flow rate. What are we running on here? We are running, I can check it off here, 13. So yeah, we definitely have ample power. We can start to gear these up. And then, so I'm going to have a little bit of an elaborate start procedure. It's not going to be terrible, but you're going to come in here. There'll be some manual breakers that will be off, and then you'll have to turn those on. And then you'll have a couple things to do in here. Control some of the things in here. But here are the two gens there. And then I do have two alternators on here. I might swap those out. So see, the clutch is not clamped on this. I don't know why I didn't clamp the clutch on that. Like, these don't show their output either, which kind of sucks. Little paint under there. All right. Interior lighting all needs to be done. Let's go out, walk on the bridge, see how it looks. Walk on the deck while it's all lit up. So this is what the work area is going to look like. I didn't want, like, it's kind of miserable standing in the bright light, as you can see. So, like, most of the work area is going to be here. So it's not too bad being back here, working. This is broken at the moment. These aren't connected. But, you know, so it's going to light up the mast so you can see what you're doing. It's going to light up the fishing area. Well, like where the crew works, it's like more comfortable here. It's not super bright. Like, this is pretty miserable looking at spotlights and banging off white light the whole time. So be more in this area here working. So if we do fishing at night, you'll be like here. You have to come up, empty, and then they'll get put back over, and so it'll be a little bit more comfortable. And then we've got the staterooms. Staterooms turned out pretty nice. So these are good. I like these. These are nice and cozy. There are closets here with warm gear and firefighting equipment on all of them. Same thing here. You got a little bit bigger room here at the sacrifice of the window. And then you have the head in here, which those blocks need to be done. So this turned out nice. I like this. So is the stream less choppy now too, that I changed all the settings? Everybody working well with that? And then I haven't put the new table in yet. I want to put the new table in, lighting. But it's pretty much, you know, like, of course the lower level really needs a lot of work to be filled in, but it's, for the most part, this is up and running so that, you know, we can go do the multiplayer fishing when that comes out on the 8th. So that was the main area I wanted to get to. But no name on it yet. All right, so let's hook up some electricity. So electronic jams. All right, that goes into the bridge systems here. Let's see. Put a manual compass there. All right, so there's a backup compass there. We also have the digital compass there. Lighting should be good. Let's go ahead and what was the other electrical thing we had? We had this in here, needs electricity, so that is going to the master. Come on, stop missing links. There we go. So I think that's good. What else needed? Oh, the controls for the fishing gear is not. I'm not really worried about right now. That's going to be done later. It's when we know what the hell we're doing. I think all the lights, I didn't check all the lights, but I'm pretty sure they're all electrified. Didn't have any issues with that. Let's go ahead and do interior lights. So we're going to do the same sort of interior lights I have in Tethys. Yeah, it's going to be named after a fish. Generally, these go after flatfish like flounder. So could be something off that. Let's try. Let's go a 3-1 in this one, and let's go a 2-1 in this one. Now let's test those out. See what that looks like. This needs to be plugged in the hot bus. All this lighting needs to be plugged in the hot bus too. I need to do that. Okay. So we're draining electricity here. You can see our voltmeters are negative. All right, so it's 40 last time. So this one's at a 2-to-1, I think. So much lower RPS, and we're making more power. So less heat, less fuel burn, more power there with gearing. Yeah, that's why like a lot of new players who don't like do anything with gearing, and then they wonder why they have to rev up. It's like there's a reason why the majority of vehicles use gearing, is you use a mechanical advantage. You know, you're trading torque for the speed, speed for the torque. All right, and then over here, let's start this one up. I can't remember which one was the 3-to-1. Which one was the 2-to-1? Likely this is the 3-to-1. You see it's revving up slower. Theoretically, this one could make more power if the engine has enough reserve power. But it's definitely going to be slower to get up there, so... Like, look at this one. This one's up to up to 100 now. I can't believe though this is not, like, the voltage has not changed. Maybe, you know, I don't think I connected the gens. I don't think I connected the relay. All right, so if we look, this is 101. This one's 57. I would say let's go check them. I would say that a 3-to-1's probably going to be too much. Get a coffee here. There we go. And then that will have the time when I put the time block in. All right, what are you on? You are, let's see, you are running, yeah, 2-to-1. That's the 2-to-1, and so 3-to-1's too much. So that one is, yeah, that's the 3-to-1 right there. So you notice this one's at 5. This one is at 10. So... This one's making like double the S-watts at double the RPS. So we'll find somewhere in there. Let's make sure there's got to be something up with this. Let's see if I'm actually connected to those breakers. I may not have connected the breakers yet. If the breakers don't connect, the yep, see, right here. I never connected the gens. The gens are not actually connecting. Battery bank. Where the hell are the gens? Gen should be in here. Let's see, where are you plugged into there, guy? All right, that plugs into those two. All right, so I want this plugged in here, and then I want this to run the gens. Okay, let's look at this real quick. Let me see how I have that hooked in. All right, so electrical to there. Okay, let's plug this one in here. Okay, so let's go from here to there. No. And this goes there, and then I'm confused. So you go there. Okay, then you go there. All right, that'll be the empty one. This will be the output. This will now output to these two. Okay, and then need to read back. What is that? Those, okay, those are not reading the panels out. The SWATs is on that. All right, so that goes there, there. Okay, and then this is going to go off of here. All right, there we go. And then this will run. Let's see. Port, gen, breaker. Starboard gen breaker. All right, and that's going to be was it 9 and 10? All right, that's why they were not ever getting to where they needed to be. All right, let's tune these in. Let's plug them before I forget, and then I'm like, why is this not working? It's because I didn't plug it in. Starboard generator breaker goes right here. And we need the port breaker right there. Port gen breaker right there. All right, good. And then I want to get some toggles going here. Let's go. Pinkies on these. I have to electrify this for now. Not a big deal. All right, and then what we'll do is, so 2 to 1 was pretty good. So we'll go, 2 to 1 was running about 110. So 100 SWATs at 10 RPS. So let's do either side of it. Let's go to either side of it right there. Actually, let's do this. Let's go, we already know what that is. So let's go 6.5. Come on, 6.5, 3.2 on that one. And we'll do, we already know what 3.1 is, and we know what 2.1 is. So 3.1 is way, way too restrictive. 5.2, and we'll do a 9.5. All right, that way we'll get all the, we'll kind of figure out all the numbers on these. Let's see. Crap. Problem is going to be they're going to want to rev down, but I should be able to hopefully capture them pretty quickly. Because they're going to want to rev down. They're going to make the electricity up real fast. And before, they couldn't do that, so. All right. Light this sucker up like a Christmas tree here. All right. All right, let's get that battery rolling down here. The problem is now that I can hook up the relays, I can't see what the max output is. So, kind of shot myself in the foot there hooking that up. So let's, shit on the shingle. I'm trying to get down here quickly because you know what? Let's do this real quick. Let's disconnect these relays again. I'm just trying to, like, what I'm trying to do right now is, yes, I do want to disconnect the relays. I'm trying to disconnect the relays. I'm trying to get these up to their max efficiency and where I want the generators first. Once that's done, I can then focus on hooking them back up and make sure that's producing enough electricity. It should. So, I probably don't make any sense. This does not need to be connected there. This here needs to be connected to the hot bus because these, we want to turn lights on at any time. So that needs to be hooked up to the hot bus. All right, so let's give this a run. Doesn't need to be nighttime, and it makes it harder for me to move around the vessel. Okay. So the whole reason I disconnected those relays again is the thing is I'm trying to test what they're gonna, how much SWATs they're gonna produce at their max RPS, and they're gonna refresh the battery so fast that I'm never gonna see. All right, so this one is now down to a 6.5, so it's a lot less restricted, and so therefore, before we had 11 RPS at 2 to 1, and so this is a perfect kind of example of how using mechanical advantage is beneficial. So like we're at 13 RPS, which is more RPS than we were last time, and we're producing about half as much electricity. All right, because it was at a 2 to 1 before and 11 RPS. We're now at 12.6, and we're only making 54. So let's go to a 3.2. So now we've dropped down to 11.81, and we're making 73. All right, so let's go on the other side. The other side is an engine that is overburdened. So this was at a 3.1. Ooh, 5.2 is nice. 5.2 is real damn good. I don't think it's going to be, I think 5.2 is our sweetie. Because a 3.1 was way too restrictive. It was too much load on the engine. And so a 3.1, we were only making like 50 SWATs. Now we're at 8 RPS and we're making 102. So that's pretty damn good. So what's the other one making? So this one is making 73 at 11. This one's at 8, making 103, 102, about 102.7. So that there is a 9.5. So 9.5, we rev up almost 3 RPS, and we're making less. So it looks like 5.2 is our gear ratio. I think 5.2 is our gear ratio. Yeah, I'm thinking 5.2 is our gear ratio. Let's try a 3.1 on one of them again, and then we'll fix it. So let's do 5.2 is on this one, and then we'll do... where the hell am I in my build here? There we go. 5.2, we'll just do 5.2, 3.1 on this one. Now, I think 5.2 is going to be the answer, so... were they... what? They weren't both 5.2s, were they? Oh, no, this is okay. I didn't think so. Yeah, I keep getting turned around. All right, let's do 3.1. 5.2. That looks like our best bet, so... yeah. What I might do is make one of them 3.1 and one of them 5.2. So if you need more power, you would recruit the other generator. So now I can turn on my lights now with, you know, without the electricity turned on, which is what I want. Should be able to click your lights on when you need them, and then turn it on afterwards. I don't have tilt mast anymore either. All right, so let's go down there and let's check on those one more time. I'm thinking 5.2 is probably the best balance. We'll actually see how much electricity we use. So, like, right now, we're revving up. Are we? What's up? There it goes. It's just revving up slowly. 3.1's pretty, yeah, 3.1 I think is just too restrictive. Yeah, see, 3.1's too restrictive. It's right at the point where we're stealing way too much from the engine. Let's see. So this one should be on a 3.1 now. Let's see. Yeah, that's a 3.1. This one should be on a 5.2. Yeah, that's a 5.2 right there. So this one's making 102 SWATs, just under 103. This one is making 57. So this one is at a real low RPS, but we've choked it so much that we put so much load on it that it can't ever spin up. So it's very efficient. It's actually not that efficient because, well, if you think about it, it's not necessarily linear, but that would be like a 10.4 RPS to make 112. And this one here is at 103 at 8.4. So this one's more efficient all around. You know, that one is struggling to maintain anything, so 5.2 looks good. So let's put them both on 5.2. There we go. Let's let them both rev up. I think that's good. All right, let's fix them now. So 5.2 is our gear. That's how quick and easy way to figure out your gear ratios. Like, if I really needed more power, I could theoretically get the RPS up more. If I really needed more power, I could make the engine bigger and more powerful, and it could turn the 3:1 gear ratio. But, like, we don't need more power in our engine. I'm just making sure all the banks are connected. Yep, the banks are all good. All right, so definitely they're going to stay on a 5.2. So these are staying on 5.2s, and then we're good. We're all set for that. So those will stay at 5.2. Now we're going to reconnect the relays, and we're going to see if these are enough to power us. They should be. That's a good bit of S-watts for what we're running. We're not running really super-duper expensive stuff electrically. I'm going to probably put a generator on the actual main diesel as well. It has alternators on it. I might just add 2 more alternators. I'm not sure. We'll see how much they produce. All right, so let's start getting some electrical usage here. All right, that's the stern light that I put on there. So that's the stern light, and then we've got deck lights. All of these on. Let's kick the systems on. All right, all these came on. That's good. All right, so you can see our voltage. We have a negative voltage. It's getting worse. It's about leveling off now. So that's our negative voltage showing us that we're discharging. We're losing electricity. Port gen's going to come on. Okay, it's going to take it a second to rev up and get the clutch connected. All right, if we look here, you can see we're still discharging. See, the problem is before we didn't have them connected, so like we don't need a lot of S-watts to kind of maintain the battery. See how we went positive? So like right now, that is how much S-watts we need to keep the ship running. Is like, there we go, it just jumped up to 5. Like, we do not need a lot of power to keep the ship running like this, but we start adding in bow thruster. But the whole reason they have harbor generators, you can see that's one small engine that's at barely any power usage or diesel burn instead of running the main engine to power. So, like, if you're sitting in the harbor, you're sitting at dock, you don't need a lot of power. So, like, look, we're not even, like, we're able to make 103 S-watts on each of these harbor gens. And we're currently at 29 is as much as we need to run the, to be able to run the bow thruster and all the lights. So you can see, like, we could even go to 3-to-1 and probably be fine. But, you know, it's nice to always have extra power. So, like, this one's showing us 29 S-watts right now. If I go ahead and let's say, all right, so this harbor gen will only power the port battery, okay? So if I disconnect the port battery, all right, we're only running on the starboard battery now. So this port battery is, why is that eating? I don't know why this is eating. I have to check that. This should have closed the relay, so we should not be losing any battery on that. Okay, this is probably backwards. Okay, this is backwards. See, these two gauges are backwards now. So I gotta, oh, you know what it is? This is the hot bus. This battery runs the hot bus, so that's why. We gotta shut down starboard. All right, that's why. This is the hot bus. That's why it's doing that. But these say battery port, so I gotta fix these. All right. So like it look, you see it just put us over, so we just recouped some electricity there. But you know, you see we're discharging, but if you look, we're what, 4 or 5 decimal places off. So. So I gotta fix these 2 battery gauges here. This one should be starboard, because I could have hooked them up wrong if they're labeled wrong. Alright, so I'm watching my cameras here. Cozy right in on that dock there. Make sure I don't hit it. Now I've got the engine thrusted up so that we're turning a little bit better. I'll thrust up a little bit. I've got pretty good granular control. That's why I like these over those 7 segments. Like you can see, I can move this like tap. I can get it a little bit slower if I wanted. And I've got full right rudder to help this turn out. Alright, let's go full throttle. And I shut the bow thruster off. So now with the bow thruster off, you see this is at idle. It's barely making any S-watts. And so let's go ahead and we'll turn on the diesel generator, which is just the alternators. And I shut off the port generator, the harbor gen. And let's see how much we discharge. Ideally, I would like the alternators to make enough electricity. I like the main engine to make enough electricity that we can maintain while in normal operations. So we'll see. We'll see what I have to do for that. I might have to add a little generator to it. Yeah, it's a more modern design. I usually don't do moderns, but I really like the shape and the design of this ship. So let's go ahead and we'll turn on the autopilot. Turn on the GPS for that. So like right now, let's see how much we're losing. We're currently at 99.82 and dropping. We have about a 3 decimal place loss, a 4 decimal place loss on either battery bank. So I need more power off of the diesel, off the main diesel. So I'll work on that. So we're doing about a liter a second here, which is not bad. Again, I want this to be, depending on how much the fish are going to be worth, we can haul in at current fish prices, we can haul in like $119,000 per run. And so I want to burn some fuel up. Like this is right here. That's $44,000 of diesel we carry. So, you know, if we use 50% of our fuel, we still make good profit. You know, if the fish prices are half, we still make good profit, even if we use 50% of the fuel, which I doubt we'll use. How's it going there, Tanip? How are you? But yeah, so that, yeah, so all lights are still on. Let's go ahead and kill some lights and see if we recoup just on the main gen. Yeah, it's low. It's close. We're close to making enough electricity with the alternators. So, like, I put 4 starters on this engine. Like, I don't know. Some people have this fascination with their engine starting instantly. Like, if you go listen to a big diesel start, they are not instant starts. You know, it's tough. It's tough to get them started. So, I could throw more alternators on this. Let me try 2 more alternators. We'll dump these 2 starters, and we'll put two more alternators on. I'm curious how heavy this friggin' engine is, because I can raise this up. I kind of screw with my air intake if I do that, but it's not too bad. I could raise the engine up and, you know, block under it better and put facades. It's going to get facades eventually. These are going to get facades, so they look a little bit better. But again, I want to get the functionality working first, then I can decorate them. And then I want to... Why is this, like, this does that water effect in there. But there, this is where the relays are and the batteries. So these 2 medium batteries are all we have on the ship. So, you know, and that's for, I could run it off 1 little battery and it'll be fine. But yeah, this will get more detailing later. Again, we'll get the coffee. I do need the ding, though. There's no ding. Alright, so it goes about 1 knot faster than the real ship. I could probably get more out of it, but we're at, like, we are running really, really low RPS. We're running at about 280 RPM is all we're running at. So it should be pretty fuel efficient. If you look, again, we're burning about a liter a second. So again, you know, the fascination with everybody going super, super fast is you just burn up your money at that point. Is like, do I get much benefit out of that to burn up my money? Not really. You know, I could unrestrict this a little bit and increase the RPS some more, but I'm just burning fuel. You know, is it worth it to burn that fuel? You know, I don't really know that it is. You know, we're quote unquote slow, but we're also realistic. This is the real speed this ship would go. You know, it's about 11, 12. You know, it says 11 knots is the max speed for this ship. You know, I think for shrimp, you troll for shrimp at about 3 to 5 knots, and I think these, what do they say? Flounder, I think, was like, because flounder is what these ships go after. I'm trying to look it up here. Let's see, beam trawling. Oh my God. Estimated trawling speeds. So, like, we're looking at, like, a lot of them are going, like, 7 knots for the actual trawling. You know, so you probably go up to, like, 11 to get out there, and then you're slowing down a trawl anyways. And, you know, in-game, we're going to have to be dropping, like, so if we, you know, I would like to try to keep the theme going that we're supposed to be trawling bottom fish here. So I kind of want to drag the gear on the ground. So we'll see where the, you know, where the devs talked about fishing at different depths. So if there is a bottom depth, that's where I'd like to fish at. So we're going to be dragging the gear on the ground too. So, you know, I don't want to be going too fast with that. You know, we're going a good 13, 14 knots now. You know, so I'm content with it. Again, you know, it's going to be doing multiplayer on this. You know, the devs have not been like, the devs are not going ultra realistic with the stuff. They're not going like, oh, you fish over here, you fish over here, you fish over here, you fish over here. It takes you an hour to get out there. You fish for 2 hours. It takes you an hour to get back in. You've done a day's worth of fishing. You know, the devs don't do that. That's why these islands are so friggin' close to each other. That's why everything is so close to each other. Is, you know, they've kind of made it so that if you want to stay close, you can stay close. And so, you know, they're going to do different temperature fish, I believe they said. So, like, likely it's going to be red, green, blue, I would say, unless they're going to completely change the system, which they could. But likely it's probably going to be red, green, blue. So, like, we're all in the red zone here. But if we wanted to do green, you know, theoretically, we could spawn up there and come out. And then the blue is not that far away. Like, the distances are, let's see. What is that? That is 43, and this is 21. So you're talking 22 kilometers to get out to the blue from here. You know, so not too shabby. I think I'm pretty happy with it. And if we really want to go faster, all I have to do is drop a gear on the second gearbox, and that should speed us up. You know, I want to keep an eye on the temp here. Like, temp's pretty cold here. I don't think we're going to have a problem with temp. What's our batteries doing? Batteries, like, I've had just the alternators on, and we're at 97%. So, we are losing some. What's going on with this waypoint? Oh, I changed waypoints, but I never changed in here. Okay, so we hit the original waypoint. I have to fix the autopilot so it zeroes out the thrust when we hit the waypoint. Haven't done that yet. You know, so like, let's see what a trip up there would take us. We gotta wait till it turns. This is not gonna be accurate until we get headed to it. So So it's 7.7 nautical miles. So it's about like 35 minutes, something like that. Which I don't think's ridiculous. You know, we'll be trawling most of the time. Yeah. So I'd like to maybe get back up to 15. We'll see what the cooling looks like. I really don't want to add more cooling loops. Let's see if we overheat here. You know, one of the reasons it's restricted here is to keep the temps down. Let me read some chat here. How's it going there, Sergeant? Good to see you. Is there any difference between connecting to a generator and an alternator? The alternator is just small and does not produce a huge amount of electricity. I don't know what the different resistances are. The generators, I think, probably have more resistance than the alternators. You can't gear the alternators, so like the alternator is the alternator is the alternator. Like the clutch pressure is at 33 now because it, you know, it's trying to get the most electricity. We're losing electricity, so it's way up. So like if I wanted to put a generator on here, I could gear the generator to get more power. I can't do that with the alternator. So, like, for most of my cars, alternators are fine. You start getting into big electrical usages like this, you're going to have to start running these. So, like, the benefit of the gen is I can run a gearbox and I can tune that. I can get much better efficiencies and much more electrical production. But the alternator is, like, for most cars, like 1-2 alternators at most should be all you need. But, like, here, we see we're at 96%. Click that Harbor Gen on. And we should be up at 100 here in no time. You know, so it's not like we even have to worry about it, but I would like it so that I don't have to put in the harbor generators to get, you know, to get us back up to 100 during regular running. If we're doing running fishing equipment out and we're, you know, if we're running fishing equipment and lights and everything else, I want to have a reason to turn on the harbor gens as well, because it's pretty useless to not have any reason to use them. So, you know, like now it's on right now. We're barely making any SWATs. You see we're down at like 0.5 SWATs, and that got us up to, is getting us up to 100. So, like, if I ran one small generator off of the main engine, that would probably be all the electricity I need. Yeah, I might put some more alternators on there just to test it out, see if I can do it with alternators. But, like, that's with lights on. I just turned all the lights on, so, you know, so we should be good on that. All right, let's take this in. Let's, actually, I want to check the temp. Let's keep this running. I want to check the temp. We're up to 76. I want to see if we, I want to see where we get on temp here. What's the wind at? The wind's pretty high here. Let's check it. About 60%. You can hear the prop come out every once in a while. It's a little, you know, I can't really do much with that. I'd have to add a water sensor, which I hate to do. You know, so we get a little bit of a stutter as it comes out of the water on these big waves, but it's not a huge deal. I want to know what is up with that water. See how the water is like being funky there? I don't know what's up with that. Let's get rid of the wind for now. I just want to test this temperature out. I would like a little more speed. I think 15 knots is probably going to be better. I just need to make sure we can deal with it speed-wise. I'm going to go grab a coffee. I'll just let this run, and then I'll get a coffee in a second. Let me just finish up Tam's question here. Is there a benefit to speed tune with gearbox over RPS tune with... So this is my whole thing with like, so for example, a lot of people, they run into this problem. They when their propeller comes out of the water, you lose the load, and when you lose the load, now it's like, imagine you're holding the propeller as it's spinning, right? You're putting resistance on it, and so when you let go of it, now the propeller can spin up. And so one of the reasons, if you load the engine properly, when the propeller comes out of the water, it really shouldn't spin up. And so that's one thing people have an issue with. For example, like they'll put their RPS up to 50, let's say, and the propeller, because of the load and the gearing, can only go to 12. Well, as soon as it comes out of the water, there's very little resistance in the air, so now the engine revs up to 50, the propeller goes back in the water, and it does a backflip, and they blame the game. They go, oh, my game, God, the game sucks. And so that's really not the issue, is you set your engine to 50 RPS. It couldn't do 50 RPS because it's in the water, and the water resistance is enough that it says, hey, you can only do 12. And then what happens is it comes out of the water, less resistance, spins up to 50 because they left their RPS limiter at 50, and then it goes crashing back into the water at 50. In real life, it would make a lot of splashing, and it would do a lot of, oh, geez, what's the term? Cavitation. And that would be probably a lot of shaking and damage, but that's probably about it. It would, of course, it wouldn't backflip because the ship weighs, you know, 1 million pounds, you know, IRL, and the prop can slip in the water. And so in game, the proper way to do it is essentially what you want to do is gear up until you get the efficiencies you want. So in this case, I have the engine restricted by both the RPS and the gearing. So the gearing limits me to around 4.66 RPS. So the gearing limits me to 4.66 RPS. Then I went back and I set my thrust rating and my PID tuning so that about the maximum I will get is 4.66. And so what will happen is when my propeller comes out of the water, it says, hey, he wants me at 4.66. I'm going 4.66. Even though I have less resistance, you know, so now I have less resistance. So because there's less resistance, the engine doesn't need to turn as fast to overcome the resistance, or doesn't need as much power to overcome the resistance. So when the propeller comes out of the water, it actually slows the engine down, and the propeller maintains the right speed. Because, again, you know, a prop is a screw. So let me find a screw with Jeff real quick. That's the one I like, I think. Yep, that's the one I like. All right, so here's a screw GIF. And so, you know, you talk about thread pitch. So for every one rotation of the screw, you're going to go a certain distance forward in the wood. Same thing with a propeller. That's why they call them screws. For every one rotation of the propeller based on the propeller pitch or the thread pitch on a screw, you're going to go a certain distance forward or into the wood. And so the same thing's true for the propellers in game. For a certain RPS at a certain pitch, we're going to go a certain distance forward. When you change the pitch of the propeller, what you're doing is changing how much you go forward per rotation, essentially. And so what happens, and we have limited slip in game. The props don't really slip very well in game. Like if you throttle up too fast in real life, you would just start splashing and cavitating and making a lot of waves. In game, it kicks you in the ass right away. One thing, because the vehicle weighs very little compared to real life, but two, it grabs instantly, and you get a good grab where it would slip IRL. And so anyways, so if you know for every one rotation how far forward you go, you can do the math to figure out how many RPS do you need your propeller to turn to go forward. And so again, like I was talking about, if say 1 RPS makes you go 1 meter forward and 10 RPS makes you go 10 meters forward per second, right, 10 meters per second, if you're going 1 meter per second and the prop comes out of the water and it spins up to 10, as soon as it goes back in the water, it's trying to make the boat go 10 meters per second. And so the differential is you have a difference of 9 meters per second. So what happens is the boat will do a wheelie because the propeller wants to go faster than the bow, and so it's trying to push the rear end forward, and it caused it to go up. And that's when you see new players have that backflip, and they blame the game instead of being like, no, if you set your system up right. So essentially what you want to do is if you want to be going 1 meter per second forward, you know I need to turn at 1 RPS. So if you set your RPS limiter to 1 RPS, when the propeller comes out of the water, it's going to slow it down to maintain, or it's going to reduce the power to maintain 1 RPS as the load comes off. Then it's going to hit the water. The boat's going 1 meter per second, the propeller's moving at 1 meter per second, and you never have any issues. So you kind of want to do a balance where you get them where they're supposed to be. But hopefully that makes sense. It's, you know, that's the main issue people have when they do that backflip shit, is the propeller wants to go 10 meters per second, you're going 1 meter per second, and it's because they just go full throttle and expect it to do it. And it's like, no, you know, it's got too much resistance. You gotta tune it to the resistance, essentially. If the engine does not reach the set RPS, I need more torque, essentially. But that might not be the most desirable situation. For example, I am overloading my engine. Oh, not overloading. I am loading my engine in this build on purpose. I want to try to keep the temperature under control, which we might still have to do some more cooling in this. We'll see. But we're currently at 91 degrees here. And so that's one of the reasons I have the gear ratio up pretty high, is I've loaded up my engine to keep the RPS down. I've traded away a lot of torque to get the RPS to go down, and that is causing me to run at a lower RPS, which then it will you know, use less fuel, and it will also create less heat, you know. You know, if I want to go a little fast, so like if you wanted to go faster, you need to get more torque somehow. So one, I get more speed in this boat if I reduce the gear ratio, and that means I'm overloaded. And I'm doing it on purpose, but if I wanted to go faster, I could drop down the gear ratio. I could go to a lower gear ratio. That would unload the engine more. That would give more torque back to the engine. It would allow me to go faster in this case. But it would produce more RPM, which is more heat, more fuel burn. And so I'm trying to keep the fuel burn and the temp under control. So, like, the other way you can get more torque is you can, you know, you can build a bigger engine too. So, all right, I'm gonna go get that coffee break. We'll let it run here. I'm getting close to seeing where my temp's gonna be. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Yeah, there's going to be a coffee break 3, too. I had to make some more. I have barely any left. Alright, let's see where temp's at. So temp's at 97. We're slowly climbing. I think what I'm going to do is... This is a little bit slow for me. I wanted, like... Depends. I usually do about 20% faster. And I'm thinking, like, a 50% on this one just to get us up to 15 knots. It's like 40-something%. So let's go ahead and let's pull this. And I want to do some things. I want to drop the gear ratio, get the speed up. And so let's quickly save. All right, so, you know, I don't do electric radiators in this shit. It's not realistic not doing it. Heat sinks are working fine. What we're going to do is add in an air cooler as well. And so if we look at... Let's see. So if we look at this cooling... That's not the one. If we look at this one here, this cooling test here, the best thing for cooling that I've found in-game presently is, I think it's this setup here. Let's start them up. I gotta test it to see. Infinite electricity needs, fuck off. Infinite electricity needs to be on here. Come on. There we go. So the best one is not the 5x5. The best one is actually the air. Big ones, which makes sense. They're big, they should be the best. The problem is they're not that much better. I think they should be a hell of a lot better. They're much cheaper. That's kind of their only benefit, is they're really cheaper. But they are a little bit better. I don't even know what this does on this one. I think this one's... I don't think the throttle does anything. I think it's valves, actually. Maybe just get everything turned on here, and we'll quickly run through. I forget exactly which one's better. I think it's maybe that one even. So I could put some of these in here, and on a ship they actually look pretty nice in there. They give it some detail in there. The problem is I don't want... I'm going to use impellers, not pumps, so they won't be this loud. But I'll turn that one on in a second here. Stand by. I'm not going to worry about the last test. These large air-liquid heat exchangers... these are pretty neat. They work well. They're actually the most efficient. They're cheap too. Price-wise, like one of these whole setups is cheaper than that 5x5 radiator. But the problem is a lot of people don't give a shit about pricing game because they play custom all the time and they never even bother to try to play the game with any sort of price restriction. Like go play career. So here's $29.94. Here's $29.95. Here is $33. So that's not good. And then this here is $29.94. So this actually did they fuck with this again, the devs? Because this was actually so these are matching. This one's much cheaper than that. This one's a lot cheaper than that. This is just 2 pumps, and the system. It's I think like less than half the cost of that. You know, you have a lot more space. That's $29.94, $34. So this one's just running raw here. This one here has an air heat exchanger as well. I don't know how this is giving us extra temp reduction, but it is. So like if we look here, this is pumping in air. We're getting $5.99 air in and out. Fluid, why are you at 0? What the fuck? These valves open. Let me look. What the hell's going on? That's because nothing's pumping here. What the balls? Why is this not... Did I close this? Let me look. I gotta fuck with this. Alright, there we go. The valves, I was not supposed to move those valves. I thought the numbers were looking weird. I was not supposed to be screwing with the with these throttles. These were to throttle the valves, so they're set to be open. Let me check, make sure these are moving. Okay, yeah, so that's what that was. I gotta fix all the valves because I screwed them. I was trying to see if, like, for example, you could keep the coolant in the cooling apparatus longer. It would be more beneficial. And I found out that it's really not, so that was what the valve test was for. I completely forgot what that was about. All right, let's look at this here. I got to let these all stabilize. So I'll go to the last one that I screwed with, and we'll see. So this one here is just pumps. These should be on. All right, that's pumping. So this one's at 34 degrees. This one's pretty stable. 34, we're getting fluid, very low fluid rating, movement. 15. This one here is 13, same dealio. That one is at 34.57. This one here is at 35 and dropping. What is this one at? 36. Yep. So these numbers are back to what I remember because I was like, why is this one better than the other two? It should be worse. This one was reading ambient. That's why. All right. So this one's 36.73. That costs, again, this costs about at least double what that costs. This one here is at 34. So we're 2 degrees and dropping off of that. This one is at 34.31 and stable. So this one here, it actually sucks the air in, it blows it out, and then it cools the air on its way out. So I don't know, so it must be dropping the temperature inside as it cools on the way out, because this is an air heat exchanger. This one here is, let's see where we're at, 34.29. So 34, 34, 27, 34, 26. So pretty negligible. It's 2 decimal places off here, and there's no extra cooling on the end. This one over here should be the hottest. So 36. So, you know, people just throw the 5x5s on there. 5x5 is not necessarily the best. 5x5 is just, it's space efficient and it's easy to hook up. That's one of the main reasons. Like, you do get a couple degrees cooler. That's going to cost you double what this setup cost you. So what I'll probably do is throw these in the loop. And what I'm thinking of doing is running either intake air or exhaust through here. We'll see if the exhaust raises the temperature. It'll be kind of cool to test it. I've been wanting to put one of these on a boat for a while, and we'll incorporate these in the cooling loops and see how we get for performance. So let's go ahead and we'll go back and test that. But yeah, so I want to kind of incorporate some of this stuff in there. Yeah, again, if you don't appreciate the pressure update, like a lot of people don't, you know, this is some cool stuff that you can now do that has some actual benefit as well, which is kind of fun to create some systems. But a lot of people they don't like creating systems; they just want easy mode. So I get it, but it's not why I play. All right, let's go and we'll grab. So, like, if we look at the prices, let's look at the price really quickly here. So, like that Big Johnny, this 9.5 is 150 bucks. Okay, it's 225 mass though. It's heavy, so you don't want to put this in a little car. It's too big anyway. You know, it's 150 bucks, so that's cheap. If we look at the radiators, 3x3 radiator is 400 bucks. 5x5 is 700 bucks. Now the problem, like I said, is like a lot of people are just like, you know, I always wonder why in challenges, like some people like, oh, like 50 grand's not enough. It's like, you're making a small little car. 50 grand is plenty. And it's because they don't look at the price. They just keep adding shit and adding shit. And so a lot of people just don't value that, trying to like actually get the cost down. Like I use these a lot. These are the cheapest radiators. They're 200 bucks, so they're nice and inexpensive. So let's try to add some air systems. Now the problem becomes with these air systems is you need to make it worthwhile where you're not losing fluid flow. If you're losing too much fluid flow, it pretty much negates the benefits you're getting out of this. You know, so that's something you got to be careful of too. We're not that far off. Let's run with let's run with this for now. I'm trying to see where I want to hook this in. All right, so what do we have here? We have fluid out, fluid in. We have air in, air out. So one thing I was going to do is I was going to run air, probably exhaust. Run exhaust gases out. And, yeah, I'm thinking of running exhaust gases through, see if I can cool with exhaust gases. See how that works for me. I got to kind of figure this out here, where to put this friggin' thing. The other thing, too, that the game is very intolerant of is the longer your pipe runs, it starts to really not like that. So you get really long pipe runs, it starts to get it starts to drop your fluid flow pretty fast. So let's see, what do we got here? We got fluid in, fluid out, air in, air out. What are you? You are fluid out. So it's going this way. Okay, so this would be the way. Okay. So let's see if we can add one of these in the loops. It's good for decoration anyway. Okay, where's that? Let's see. So the problem too is this is all collision in here, which is obnoxious. See, like that's a full collision, which makes this piece obnoxious. Can I go up on there and then see the problem is I can't come in there. Could run it through that loop there. Let's try that. Let's try vert and run it through the loop there. Yeah, let's try that. Trying to think where I want to put this in. What's there? So the weight is here, which that's a problem if the weight's here. I already have 4 heat sinks in there. I'm trying to think how I want to do this. You know, liquids are not great now because the fluid ports have slow flow restrictions, so they're not great. Let's try something here. So the problem is this is a good chance this slows down the flow rate. That's one of the things that, you know, like they talk about they want to get the they like to increase the complexity for, like, you know, making it fun to like build these things, but the issue then becomes that, you know, it gets screwed up with some of this shit. It really does. The way they do some of this stuff, it just gets screwed up. That's a problem. Let me see. Let's play with it, see what we can do here. It'll be like, this is more fun to me too, to make like an elaborate cooling system, but it's got to work. That's the thing, and if it's not going to work, I got to make sure these have ins and outs. I forgot. What's that? It should be in. That's in. These got to be flipped. So that's in, that's out. Okay, that now works. You know, a lot of times this just slows down the flow rate, so you end up screwing yourself, which just kind of sucks, you know? So I'm curious, too, can we run exhaust gas and actually, because I'd love it if there's a way to use exhaust gas to actually do something. So I kind of like this notion of using the exhaust gas for something. You know, of course, you know, the exhaust gas would be hot. It's not really helping you, but we'll see how that works, if it's going to actually screw us in game or not. All right. Let's run that and see how we do. Let's make sure that's exhaust out. It is. Okay. Let's run that and see how we do here. Because now I have 2 loops. I have the regular loops and I have those, and we can see which one's working more efficiently. Because the problem is you end up, like a stack system like this should be more efficient. Now, theoretically, you could say that the exhaust is too hot and it's not helpful, but for the most part, like, should be able to do these systems and have them be better. But unfortunately, yeah, that's the problem, is when they go in series, they start to reduce flow, and that's what I'm talking about. Is that's unfortunate, is we should be able to do series systems that will improve cooling, but fortunately, we can't in most cases. So we'll see what happens, but my prediction would be we're just going to slow down the flow rate, which is going to reduce cooling, which sucks. We should be able to do, you know, multi-stage cooling systems. All right, so like there, we've got fluid at 61 liters per second, and there's the problem. Like over here is 97. So we're slowing it down. Temperature there is 24, 25. See what temp is on there. All right, 25, 25. I can't tell what the heat exchangers are, so I can't really tell right now. But unfortunately, I can't read the heat exchanger temperature below me. But we're getting good airflow, so it's not slowing the exhaust down to a point where it's a problem. There's no temperature reading on this, so the likelihood is we're not, even though we're putting hot exhaust through there, it's not actually doing anything to harm our system. You know, we've got okay flow rates, but they're not great. You know, that's something that bums me out, is the fact that we should be able to do step systems like this and have it be more efficient. You know, and again, it's more expensive. You're using more parts. You're using up more space. You're adding more weight. You should be getting a benefit, and unfortunately, you don't, and that's what sucks. But all right, I'm gonna go grab coffee. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Yeah, I really, I think there needs to be a, well, I mostly, like, I went for coffee and there was no, I was almost out, so I had to make more. So one of the trips came up with nothing. I also drink like a pot of coffee a day, but the, you know, I would love to see the devs do a pneumatic hydraulic pass, because there's so many cool things we could do. Like, if you pumped, you know, if you pumped liquid through the impeller and it spun the RPS connection on the impeller, you now have the ability to build hydrostatic drives. If you pump air through the impeller, you now have, you know, you can do things like turbos and pneumatic drives. And so I'll do a video on it. I've got quite a bit of hydraulics and pneumatics experience and training, and so, you know, I kind of, like, one thing that Deltar said that I'm glad of is, you know, he doesn't want to add new mechanics that don't add, like, new and interesting ways to build stuff, essentially. And so, like, by making a video that demonstrates to them that, yeah, this is something that would actually add a lot to the game. Like, he kind of poo-poos doing hydrogen engines, and I understand why. Is like, what some people want is you to just be able to take the fuel manifold and blow hydrogen in there and be good. Now, that doesn't really add much. Now, what would be cool is, say, for example, you have to pre-mix the hydrogen and the oxygen, and you blow it into the air manifold. Now, that could be interesting. So do a pre-mix where you have two air manifolds, one of them being air and one of them being hydrogen. And so you would do two air manifolds and no fuel manifold, and so you'd blow hydrogen and air in together into the air manifold, into two different air manifolds, and you'd have to control the mixture of hydrogen and oxygen to then make the engine work. I think that could be interesting and have a lot of use cases. For example, you're able to take water, make your own fuel with the hydrolyzer. That would be kind of cool. And then the benefit would be you would have no pollution, so there would be no exhaust. And so that would be kind of the thing is, you would have water vapor and you could just vent the water vapor. I think that would be kind of cool and interesting. But it can't just be like, oh, another fuel, name this, because, for example, they have to go back to every pump and add gasoline. Like he said, he didn't want to do gasoline, and that makes sense. Like, to add gasoline, I think, is useless, because these engines are already kind of a combination of diesel and gasoline as it is. And so just to add gasoline, you have to make it so that every container in the game can hold gasoline. You have to make it so that, are we going to put new cell places for gasoline? So, like, when people come up with these ideas, I think they underestimate how much work there is to make every container in the game now hold gasoline, to now make sure every base has a gasoline pump, to make sure there is a place to now buy and sell gasoline as a new independent thing. So you need new pumps at every one of the bases. You need new pumps at every one of the sale-buy places. All the tanks need to be redone, and there's really no difference between gas and diesel. Like, are we going to make new gasoline engine parts? No, not really. Like, so, like, there's not much difference. Like, hydrogen would have to, hydrogen, for example, would have to, you could make your own hydrogen. You could do two air manifolds where you put it in. Like, I think methane would be kind of interesting, because, like, what they actually do with methane a lot of times is they use it in digesters to turn diesel generators, and they just put it right in the air intake. Because the way diesel works is you intake air through a blower. So the blower blows air, the valve opens, it blows air in the cylinder. As the cylinder comes up and compresses the gas, the injector blows the diesel in. It squirts the diesel in, and because of the high pressure and heat, it combusts and it pushes the piston back down. With methane, what you do is you blow methane in with the air on the intake stroke. The piston goes to the bottom, the valve closes, the piston comes up, and when it reaches enough compression and heat, the methane pops off and it pushes the piston back down. You don't need injectors. And so that's, you can run those, like, you could just take a cat diesel generator and blow methane right into it and it would work. So that's kind of, like, something like that I think could be made interesting. All right, so we're at 62.55. See, I can't really tell the difference, unfortunately, here. Like, I don't get a temp reading on this, so I can't really tell. Likely, the flow rates are much lower, as you can see. We're about 30% lower on this, which kind of ruins some of this stuff. It makes it so that it's not as fun. So I think we're going to need independent cycles on this anyway. So let's make some independent cycles on here. So let's actually try to heat this bitch up a little bit too. I want more speed. I'm pretty much, at this point, I want that. We're going to get it. So that's a 3-1. Let's go. That's a 3.165. So 18 divided by 5. What are we at there? 3.6. Let's run down to a 3.6. Let's do that. Yeah, but I think there's a lot, like, I think pneumatic hydraulic could add a huge amount of really beneficial, fun things. And I think that's, I agree with kind of Delta's point of the, it has to be interesting to add it. Like, I don't think they are going to or want to or even should add things that add no interest or, like, mechanical work to be done. That's like the whole basis of the game. That's what they have said the basis of the game is to be, in-depth and have it, you want to have some difference between having this. You don't want to just be like, oh, I pressed this button. You're like, oh, I didn't even know I had a gas engine. It's the same as the other one. It's just called gas, and so by adding some things, like, they could do a number of cool things with hydraulic pneumatics, move actuators, move pistons with it, move impellers to do hydrostatic systems where the liquid is driving the RPS connection to move wheels. That's how a skid steer works. That's how a zero-turn lawnmower works. They all work off that principle, let's see. Can we get well, this is the 1.4 is there. Let's see. Stand by. I'm going to add another set of heat sinks here. Okay, let's do this. That's one of the benefits of adding all this crap back here. So they could go to there. Let's cozy them up right there. Like, this is how they would do it in real life. They don't do this particular model of heatsink, but what they do is they have pipes, and the pipes go from the engine, and they go outside of the hull of the boat, and they run along the side of the boat, and so you get these pipes, and these pipes carry the hot coolant, and then they go outside in the cold ocean, and as the hot coolant touches the metal of the pipes, it makes that hot, and the cold ocean water takes that heat, and then when it comes back, it's colder, and you're good to go, and that's how they do it IRL, and, so a heat sink's much more realistic than using, like, fan-driven radiators and silly shit like that. That's why I like doing this, just for the realism's sake of it. Let's start adding some systems in here. No, we're into the real brutal synthwave at the moment. Starting to get the brutal synthwave in. I like the liquid heat exchangers, but the problem again is the fluid ports are the limiting factor, and we can't do much with them, unfortunately. So let's do. I'm gonna flip these bad Johns here. All right, let's run that. That's another set of loops. And then let's punch some holes here. So that's 2 more sets, and then I have another 2 sets there. We'll see if I actually even want to add them or not. The other thing, too, is the longer your pipe runs, the, it's going to start to knock down the efficiency of, you lose flow rate, essentially, and that's where your efficiencies are, is flow rate. And so, there's work they could do on cooling, I think, to make cooling more interesting and fun. The problem is, everybody's definition of interesting and fun is different. Mine is complex. And for a lot of people, they are so friggin', annoyed by the complexity of this game, which I don't agree with them, but I get it, and so I don't really, personally care. I like keep the complexity coming, but the devs do have to care. Are they making the game unapproachable? And that's a concern they have that I don't really, frankly, have to have. They need to sell enough copies of the game to keep in business, and part of that is like, let's not make the game only for people who have, tons of knowledge on the stuff or who care to learn about all this stuff. And where to a certain extent you got to be rude and say, well, screw them. It's like that's the point of the game. But again, it's better for all of us if the game is approachable enough so that enough people can play, so that the game stays alive. And that's where I even like my own interests I put in the back burner sometimes, because I'm like, at the end of the day, I would much rather the game survive and do well than for me to get exactly what I want, All right, there we go. Because it's great if they put those things in, but if the game dies because it's too complicated, then that was super counterproductive, See what this message is here. Okay. So I don't know if I know a couple of you guys started playing Tarkov, but there was a dumpster fire yesterday, and it's still going on. There was a huge rumble in the community. So the devs, like, again, I laugh when people in the stormworks community will call a $10 once a year. There's only been 3 of them DLC that. Most of it's still available to everybody, but like certain small parts aren't. People complain about that. And so Tarkov, they offered way back in the day when they first started, was the game is still in beta, essentially. It's still not fully released, and that's fine. It's still been very playable the entire time. But one of the things they offered people was they called it Edge of Darkness. It was an addition to the game. It was an addition of the game that you could essentially buy. You got some benefits out of it, and it was like you're prepaying extra money to be able to have all the DLCs for free, and you got some extra benefits for it, like stash space and a bigger secure container and stuff like that. And it was because you were supporting the devs early on when they needed the money. And the plan and the point was that you had the Pinnacle Edition, and that everything else would come to you for free because you supported them early. And what they did recently was they, against their word earlier, they essentially restricted it, so new essentially parts of the game were not going to be available to Edge of Darkness Edition, which paid $150 for the game, and you would now have to buy the new version or upgrade to this new version that had really pay-to-winny stuff, which some of their stuff was not pay-to-win up to like a week ago. Like, you could buy a new outfit if you wanted for like $10. And people would do it, and I have no problem with that. And they also made it so you could also grind for it if you wanted. So you could get certain clothes, you could get certain clothes for $10, or you could grind for the same clothes. And so then they did this new edition. It's $250 for the new edition, which is fucked. And I would have to pay $100 to get the new edition. And then so the community was on fire yesterday. And then they backtracked a little bit, and the community's still pissed because they're still not doing it. And so the scummiest thing about it, which is what makes me laugh when people cry about the $10 DLCs in Stormworks, is that they changed the website to try to make it look like Edge of Darkness wasn't supposed to get those perks from the beginning. And so they did some scummy stuff like that, going back and changing the website, and people caught them. It's like. It's scummy, and a lot of people in the community even talked about, they said hey, if the Escape from Tarkov devs came to us and they were like, hey guys, listen, we're out of money, we need money or else the game can't continue. What we're gonna do is if you want to buy some extra X, Y, or Z, do it. We're gonna do some extra merch. We're gonna do some if you want to buy in-game clothing options, you can buy those for $5, $10 to support us, but we need the money. People would respond and been like, oh, I've got 6,000 hours out of this game. I've got my money's worth. I'll pay a little extra. I'll buy some extra stuff, or I'll just support you by, like, they could do a Patreon or a Kickstarter to get extra funds. And people would do it because they got their fun, but and they think it's worth it. But, you know, they did it in a scummy way. So, but I think it's funny, like, you know, a DLC that gives you a fair bit of stuff to do for $10 and people lose their mind, that goes on sale for $7. And it's like, people lose their mind in Stormworks and call these devs greedy, and it's like, it's friggin' hilarious. All right, let me catch up in chat real quick. Yeah, I knew series was gonna probably slow it down. You know, I've done enough testing to also come to those conclusions. It's just, it sucks. Like a nice in-series system would be more fun. Like, there are some in-series systems that do give you some benefits, like that air system I was showing you where it had multiple air cooling. That actually was a little bit beneficial. But that's because, like, we get insanely high flow rates on air. We're getting like 599 liters per second of air. So you're really at a high flow rate anyway, so it's not really all that detrimental. But, like, you're getting like 0.02 cooler, so it's not worth it at all. Yeah, like, they really like 454's video. They mentioned my video, Professor's, somebody else's video for fishing. They talked about a bunch of the ideas I had for fishing. And I think that's a good thing. They're receptive to it. They're receptive to hear what people think. They also, it's good for them to, like, they don't have to worry about going out and spending their time doing this stuff. Like, people like me who do it as a hobby, Professor, all these other guys, can 454 can make these videos, can kind of, like, get some commentary from the community for them, and then they can kind of look and see what is popular, what's not, what ideas they like and not. And at the end of the day, this is their game. Like, that's one thing a lot of people miss, is it's their game. You know, at the end of the day, like they're not necessarily looking for the greatest number of players. Some people think that it's always all about the money, and it isn't. Is, like, let's say I was making a game. I would make the game I want. And at the end of the day, if I can make enough money to make it a business and make enough money to build the game that I want, I'm going to build the game that I want. And I'm not going to, you know, sell out to just get the greatest number of people, because for a lot of the things, the games that attract huge numbers of people are easy in, out, easy out. Like, it's easy to pick up and it's easy to throw away, and I don't like those games. And so I wouldn't make an easy throwaway game. I would make a game that's complex and has that complexity and keeps people around for 5,000 hours. But the problem is, you get those games, you do need to go back to the people and ask them for more money from time to time, because, you know, most people can't spend 5,000 hours in a game. So you need to go back to the people spending 5,000 hours a game and say, hey, man, we need more money. And, like, I have no problem with Tarkov asking for more money, you know, that we're on that topic, is it's the way you do it. Like, you know, people bitched about the devs of this game putting up merch. Like, members of the community asked for merchandise. So the devs responded by giving people merchandise. And literally, I've done it myself. It literally takes you an hour. You can put things in the merch store. You don't have to print anything yourself. The company does it. When somebody orders a shirt, they then print the shirt. They ship the shirt. You do nothing but collect the money. You know, that's very ubiquitous these days. So, like, that's just a good way that, hey, if somebody wants to support the devs by buying a t-shirt, it makes it so that we don't have to pay more money if we don't want to. You know, so that's nothing but positive. It's the same thing with, like, these DLCs. It's like, you know, a bunch of the community who wants to spend the money can spend the money, and then you can still enjoy your game even though you didn't spend any money, you know. Oh, shit, I have infinite electricity now. Let me shut that off. Not that it matters too much. We're just going to drop voltage a little. Alright, so I have another cooling loop in there. Fuck this test up a little bit. Let's bring it back. The problem is I decreased the gear ratio on this. Let's actually go down to a 3-1. Let's go again, and I did not increase the number in the microcontroller. So let's go to a 3-1. We'll probably burn more fuel. I'll check it. And then in here, we need to go up to So 8.8's not going to cut it. Let's go back up to 15. And we'll run that, and we'll see where it actually gets to, and I'll change the number. Okay. Because I didn't change that. So we're going the same speed we were going last time because I didn't increase that RPS number. So the engine's capped out. It's not going to go any faster. Here, we got a little engine noise on this too. Now we're going too fast. We're going 18 knots. Like doubled the RPS value on this. That's 19, 20 knots. That's faster than I'd like. You see the speed coming up precipitously. You can see the fuel going down precipitously. That's too much. Let's put a 6, at least to put a 6.5 in there. Let's look at the numbers real quick. So that's a 18 divided by 5. What's a 3.6? 3.6. Let's see. A 5. It's 15 divided by 4. 3.75. Let's try that. Try a 3.7. That's a 3.75. Try that for a gear ratio. You know, so I'm trying to restrict this engine a little bit. I want a pretty good rate of efficiency, but I also want not, you know, really super slow. Okay. Yeah, see, I don't think there's any real benefit to gasoline at all, though. I can't think of a use for gasoline. Like, diesel and kerosene are close enough together. Like, you got jet fuel already for kerosene. There are some differences, but you've got diesel and you've got jet fuel. The diesel engines already run like gasoline engines, for example. So it's like there's no real point. Like, for example, if you wanted to make a diesel more like a diesel, right? So what you would do is you would restrict the RPS, you'd make the diesel heavier, so you'd have modular diesel parts. They'd be heavier. They would rev to lower RPS because the components are heavier. They'd be more expensive. They'd be more efficient, but you'd have to blow air into the system, which I would like. That would be cool. I would like the complexity of that. So, for example, you need to have some sort of forced induction. So you'd have to blow air in, and you'd have that, and then so that would be fine. Then gasoline, you wouldn't necessarily have to have a blower. Let's see. Gasoline would be lighter. You know, like difference between a cast, big block and an aluminum block, and cast steel block or iron block and an aluminum block. So you'd have a much lighter engine that would be able to rev up higher. And they would be a little bit cheaper to buy the parts. They'd be lighter, maybe smaller. Like, those would be the only things that you could really get to be there. I don't think it's enough to add. That's adding what? Let's say 20 parts to do it. Plus, again, like I said, you have to change every one of these benches. So you'd have to change the bench. The 2 benches here, the 1 here, the 1 there. So that's 4 benches just here. You have to change the bench here. You'd have to change everywhere. There's no spawn there, is there? Yeah, there's a spawn here. You have to change the benches at every one of the bases. Right here, what are you going to do here? You're going to add gantries so that you can buy or sell gasoline. You'd have to do some gasoline buys. So what are you going to do? Cozy up every diesel to also have a gasoline. So all of these need to be redone. And then every container needs to be able to hold gasoline, which I don't think is a huge deal, but it's still a deal. And then is the difference really worth it? I don't think there is. You know, like for example, like we have putrid smoke coming out of this sucker, even though I have cats on there. So you could say, well, hey, if you want no smoke, use hydrogen, you know, and you get just water out of there. And so you have a hydrogen electrolyzer on your boat. You split hydrogen into oxygen and hydrogen. You either vent the oxygen and use air for your engine, or you put oxygen and hydrogen into the engine, and then you get that. The problems with hydrogen, for example, is you might have to use a specialized tank for the hydrogen. The other thing is the hydrogen electrolyzer there is very slow. So, and it requires often a lot of electricity to use. People don't really understand that at the moment, is it uses a lot of electricity to electrolyze hydrogen and oxygen. And it's hard to get it efficient because it uses so much that you actually can't really get to those, you know, you use a ton of electricity to get it. It's not super duper efficient to do it. You know, and so hydrogen you could kind of make some sort of argument for, but still I don't think it's that different to really need it, you know. You know, I would love there to be 400 different types of fuel and have to have carburetors and all these things, but you know, again, to put myself in the dev shoes, it's like, is it worth them spending a month working on this shit for an engine that is like 1% different? And the answer is probably no. Like, would you rather them work 3 months on putting out a new type of fishing, or would you rather them work 3 months on putting out gasoline engines that have almost no difference, that are like 1% different? And personally, I would say go work on the fishing, go work on farming, go work on some sort of new thing for us to do in game. Let us just use the parts we're used to, you know. You know, because some people want the gasoline engines because they think that, oh, my problem why I can't make a fast car is that I can't get a diesel to make a fast car, so if I just magically get gasoline, which can rev higher, I can have a fast car. And that's because those people aren't using proper transmissions. And that's not going to solve the problem. So, you know, you're going to get to a situation where, you know, again, everything's super light in game as it is, so like a benefit of gas over diesel would be that the diesel engine's going to be damn heavy, the gasoline engine's going to be light. Well, in game, everything's friggin' light, so it's like, what, your car that weighs 500 kilograms is now going to weigh 300 kilograms. You know, you end up adding weight blocks to your car anyways, so it's not like that's even beneficial. It's kind of nice to have the mass in the front of the car generally from the big diesel engine. Like, the gasoline engine now is going to add balancing problems if it's too light, that you put this gasoline engine in there, it takes up a bunch of space in your tiny little car. You now have to put extra weight blocks in the front to balance the car properly, where before you just put a big heavy diesel engine in there, you know. So I just don't think there's enough difference there. Yeah, I would love PTO would be huge for me. PTO is a big thing, so like for people who don't understand PTO, let me see if I can get a PTO diagram. I'm trying to just get the temp up here. All right, so we're going 14 knots with the new setting here too. I didn't even look at that. So I'm happy with that. PTO, GF. Not paid time off. Jesus Christ. All right, here's PTOs. All right, so like here's a PTO shaft. It says animate. Animate the thing, sucker. All right, so let's say this is your tractor and this is your baler. The tractor, there'll be a shaft that comes off the ass end of the engine, and then there's a clutch to clutch in the PTO shaft. So you'd hook this together, and it transfers the rotational energy here into the baler. So the baler has no motor or drive system of its own. It hooks up to the tractor. You know, here's a PTO right there. That's a guy getting sucked into the PTO. Let's open that up. But you see, that's why PTOs are super dangerous. Let's see if, okay, so you can see the PTO shaft starts spinning, and it brings that power back to the, in this case, that was a baler. But that's what PTO shafts, and they have these spline shafts that will slide so that as you go over bumps, they can articulate. This is essentially what happens with your car, is you have your transmission has a drive shaft, which is essentially a PTO shaft, taking the power off the engine and bringing it back to the differential of your you know, rear axle or front axle, depending on what you have, transfer case, all that good shit. But like, I would love it if they'd add that in game. So, for example, you would have your engine, then a drive shaft going to the back wheels instead of a pipe. I think that would be beneficial for them to add. There's a lot of good applications for that. You know, so I think that would be something cool to add. But yeah, like here's a PTO shaft. You can see that. It looks like that looks like a, is that a pump of some sort? I can't see. Can't tell. But yeah, like PTO shafts would be really cool to add. I would love to see that. You know, I would rather them work on a PTO shaft than have them work on gasoline. It's just like, I don't think there's enough for gasoline to make it all that like useful or interesting. You know, and like they've, oh, fucking Megalodon. I've never once had these on. Shut off, sea monsters. Go away. How the hell did those get turned on? Fuck off. Fuck my test up. I'm gonna be annoyed. What am I, Komodo? I don't need this shit. I'm not 12 years old. I don't need a big shark here. Let's keep moving on there. Yeah, I would love to see pneumatics, hydraulics, PTO, stuff like that. You know, and I think that's the stuff that they, I think that's the stuff that, you know, that's what the devs want. That's what Deltars wants, is things that are like add complexity and interest to the building, because that's what the game's about. The game is what the devs make it, you know, frankly. Like, people say, oh, it's supposed to be a search and rescue game, it's not supposed to have this and this and this. It's like, dude, whatever the devs make it is what's supposed to be. It's their game. They're building the game. If that's not what the game's supposed to be, they would not build it that way, you know? You know, they're building the game how they want the game to be built. They're putting the parts in that they want to be in the game. Now, you know, they did do a poll and they added some things that people wanted. Fuck off, you cocksucker. I'm doing tests. God damn it. I hate this. How did that get turned on? I've never turned these stupid bitches on. You fuckface. Demonetized. Oh, you suck. Try to attempt test, you dickhead. My back door open. I'm upside down. Oh, sinking ship survival. No thanks. Doing testing here. Not that silly bullshit. Ruin my test, jackass animal. Alright, let's get going. I'll have to look at that flat grimace. I'm trying to recover from the stupid shark bullshit. Alright, I'm liking the new 14 knots. Like, that's not a huge gain, but it's where I want to be. I don't want this thing being ridiculous. I don't want to have ridiculous fuel burns. Like, that is not a ridiculous fuel burn. It's high, but it's not ridiculous. The RPM's not ridiculous. You know, so I think that's alright. Let's, alright, hopefully no more stupid Megalodons or any other shit that I thought was off. I've literally never turned that on in my life, and I don't know why it's on. Yeah, you know, let me finish up chat, and then I'll get in there. What are all these animals that Alistair and Citrus are putting in? Oh, they're just in the battle. Animal battle. Wait, what are we even doing? Yeah, I'll work on emojis at some point. Yeah. They'll put transmissions in fishing boats. Yeah. That's why I started to put that on there when the PTO started turning. Yep. That's the problem. You clip that stupid shit and you get 2 million views. Yeah, ruin my test. Like, that's the thing is, that's why I usually do this stuff off screen, is it's like, it's me running the ship, just letting it go, checking the temp. And like, all I have to do with a temp test, it's like, this is good AFK work, is I let the sucker run, and if I come back and I'm going 3 knots, and this is pinned at 110 degrees, I hit the overheat protection system, and I know we're gonna overheat. You know, it's a piece of cake test, you know. But I like the cameras. I like the general layout of this. It's a little bit more modern. I like these dashes, look pretty good. This is eventually going to be my my multi-point waypoint system when I finally decide that I care enough about Lua to go work on it. So we're at there. So we got another cooling loop in. We still have more space for more cooling. I just don't want to have to overdo it. You know? Like, we're not running that big of, like, it's an 8-cylinder running at 6.2 RPS. It's not insane. Got some good cooling on here. 129 liters per second on all 3 sets. So, shouldn't be too bad. Like, there's not a lot of flow loss on this. Yeah, so we'll see what happens. Yeah, there's plenty of space for the fish finder. We've got, we'll see how it runs. Like, I'm thinking you're probably going to have to do some manner of Lua. Like, if it's like a map screen, it should be a piece of cake to throw in. You know, the fish finder can go up on the corners here. What I was thinking of doing, too, is putting in pivots and then rotating. I could rotate 2 more screens in here, do a radar. I want to do my own radar, but again, getting in there and doing the Lua to make it look the way I want. And radar is already pretty complicated. It's kind of like, again, it's cost-benefit analysis to me. It's kind of what I was just talking about with the devs. Like, they could add all these things, but it's like, is that the best use of the time? And for me, it's the same kind of question I ask myself, is like, I would rather build a new boat than work on the same amount of time doing a new Lua system. You know, so it's kind of a thing for me. Yeah, just don't put that in Discord, Citrus, or else it will put you back in the moderator-only section. I gotta go. Look at all the shit you're writing. It's probably clipped. Let's see, did it get clipped? I got mentioned, so there it is. Here's the clip. Holding they added something. A fucking shark attack. I just don't want to be demonetized. God damn it. I hate holding they added some things that people wanted. Fuck off, you cocksucker. I'm doing tests. I was gonna, every once in a while I'll think I'm gonna do a blooper reel on the, shit, I pressed Tarkov's goddamn. Every once in a while I think I'll do the blooper reel for the build challenges. Like, they're usually not that bad. It's I get pissed at myself because I get tongue-tied, and I'm trying to say something. I'm like, it's usually like, God damn it, can you learn to speak the English language, please? And then, so I have my little rant for 2 seconds, and then I'm like, and next build is this. It's usually me getting tongue-tied. And it's like, God damn it, can you even speak the English language? Only added some things that people wanted. Fuck off, you cocksucker, I'm doing tests. God damn it, I hate this. How did that get turned on? I've never turned these stupid bitches on. Only added some things that people wanted. Fuck off, you cocksucker, I'm doing tests. God damn it, I hate this. That one gives me a tickle. I like that one. I'm gonna send that to my brother. Alright. That was good. I like that one. That was good. Good work there, Citrus. Earning your keep today. Ugh. Yeah, I don't begrudge other people their fun, but I have no interest in any of these friggin' stupid sharks and everything. You know, and the thing is, I understand that it's not for me, and I don't want it to leave the game. You know, because that would be selfish. That's silly. You know? But you know, and I understand that because, you know, looking back in the mirror, I understand that some of my fun other people would not enjoy. And I'm glad that, you know, they don't get their way and kill my fun either. So I don't, generally not, you know, generally, like, of course I don't want the whole game solely being moved into that territory, just as I don't want the game solely being moved into my territory either. So it's like, you know, I try not to poop on other people's fun, because it's just, because then all that's going to happen is that every once in a while your fun gets shit on too, and it's not good for anybody. Like, you know, as much as I don't enjoy that sinking ship business, that has brought a lot of people to the game, and those people enjoy the game, and that has made it so that we don't have to have a monthly subscription fee, because there's enough people that come in and play the game and do that sort of thing that other people can enjoy it in their way as well. And so, you know, and people like me keep the game alive because, you know, we stick around and buy DLCs and stuff like that. And so it's like we keep the game alive for the other person who downloads a couple things off the workshop. And, you know, those of us who build and share the workshop, for people who don't build anything, keep it alive for them. So that's the strength of community, you know. Yeah, going at 39,000 meters per second. I was like, oh, should be taking off at any moment. Oh, did Alistair clip it? I didn't even look. I saw that Citrus did the last one. I do see it's Alistair now. Citrus did the last clip, I believe, so that's why I thought it was Citrus. I think, didn't you say clip it too? I read the clip it, and then I thought. Oh yeah, it was the Citrus did the quote. So I assumed he did it without looking at the name. So my bad, Alistair did the clip. Yeah, there he goes. Another shout out to Alistair. Yeah, I saw the quote from Citrus, and then I didn't even look at the title. I just went through. Stupid shark. Stupid shark. Just checking the Discord real quick. See if Citrus got put in jail again. Nope, Citrus didn't get put back in jail, so he's good for a couple days. Yeah, the Automod's been doing a reasonable job of keeping the bots out of there. I get nervous every once in a while, like JDH2504 just put something in FS22, and so anything that hasn't been pinged lately for a channel, I'm like, oh crap, is the bot after it again? But luckily the bots have been pretty quiet because of the new settings I have on there. But it's annoying. It's like it filters out regular words that should be in there. But hey. Yeah, that's kind of the trade-off is got to do that. So I'm trying to decide. I think what I'm going to do is do multi-area controls for the fishing gear. You know, again, I'm setting this boat up that I can do this by myself, and then we can also use it for multiplayer. So that way, I think it's a good balance. You know, and this is something that a lot of games have to do, and I think, you know, using that whole thing for ourselves too is good. Is, you know, you never want to have the crew size you'd require in real life, and it makes it so that you can only ever play when all of your friends are on, and you have a certain number of people. Like if this boat required 8 people, how often would it get used? Like if it can require between 1 and 8. You know, or it can use between 1 and 8, then you can use it anytime you want. And so I think what I'm going to do is put some of the fishing controls in the bridge and on the deck. And so that way you can let the lines out, let the nets out while you're in the bridge, or you can do it on the deck. This is my favorite spot in the ship. I love it up here. It's good. But, I don't know, my light's on. No shithead shark. I luckily got him shut down. Let's get a drink. I should change the picture for. Yeah, let's see. I need a new. Am I off the ground? No, okay. Oh, it's not showing, you bastard. Trying to do, let's see if we can get another picture for coffee break. We'll alternate. Different series will have different coffee break pictures. There we go. I need to put a ding on there, though. I have yet to do that, too. Just killing time for temperature here. Let's go check flow rates. Flow rates should be good. You know, that was something that was, you know, again, you know, the people who just poo-poo on the what do you call it? The pressure update. The pressure update allowed us to get more liters per second flow. We used to be capped at 75 up, 75 down. This is almost double that right now. And so you can make cooling even more efficient now because we can pressurize these things. So that is something to keep in mind. So that was also a beneficial addition, you know. Put those lights on. There we go. Right, we're up to 90 degrees. We'll see if it slows down. The other thing, too, is the overheat protection system will help. We'll see what, like, if I can go down to 13 knots and not overheat, I say we'll probably call it cooling done. I might try to throw in some air cooling loops as well for fun. We might do that. I need to work on the generator. I'm going to try putting 2 more alternators on. I don't know why. I wonder if we're having an electric problem. See how it's a little bit bow high? It's not much, but a little tiny bit. Might work on that, but I don't really care. It's doesn't really bother me. So let's see, what do we have on there? 4 light, yeah, we got regular runnings on. And let's kick our harbor gen on. What are we down to? See, like, we've been running around with just the 2 alternators going, and we're only down to 97% battery. So I might be able to throw a couple more alternators on there and actually make enough electricity. And then I want to have a reason to use the harbor generators, or else you never turn them on, you know? And so, like, you can see it's throttling way up there, and now it will throttle down as soon as it gets close. See it throttle right back down? There we go. And now it's going to run at whatever it requires, so it's going to probably go to idle. So, see, it's at idle. So, it's at idle right now, using as little electricity, using as little fuel as possible. You know, so, like, you can turn the harbor gen on for that, shut it right back off. And now, yeah, we will lose electricity, but again, we've been going for a little while now. We only went down to 97%, so. Yeah, we're going to need somebody to watch out for sharks. I've never purposely turned that crap on, and it's like why is this on? What is that? Oh, the observatory island. So we need interior lighting, too, on this. Probably call it quits here in a second, but let's get through this test, and then we'll probably jump off. I realize I've been on for 5 hours, but got some good work on it. This is the stuff that just takes forever, is like, you know, test. Go out there, test. This is good AFK work, like, you know, leave on autopilot, go do dishes, go do something else, come back. It's showing 110 degrees. Okay. Make cooling change. Put on autopilot, go do something else. You know, check back in. You know, that's what this is good for. So, need to light up the compass. Eventually I'll go play with Lua. I want it to be simple. Like, I'm trying to see if there's like an old school. You know, I showed before, like, I liked the way that we do it in the airlines with MFDs. You know, like I don't want a big multi-map on there. I don't want any of that crap. I'd rather navigate. Navigating is fun to me. Sitting looking at a map, like we already have a map. There's a map. Look, we've got a map. And if you want it not to be a moving map, you go, okay. All right, we don't have a moving map now. There's our map. Okay, where the hell are we? Okay, well, this is where we're going. Okay, here, I'll show you how you navigate IRL. All right, so let's do it here. I'll show you how you navigate IRL. So real quick, you go with this. Okay. Grab paint. I'll bring it up the screen in a second. I just want to get paint up. All right, this is how you navigate IRL. Okay, so here we are. We know where we're going, right? We're going there. And we know roughly where we were, right? So we expect we're somewhere in this neighborhood here, right? Let's see, go thing here. Let's get a red line, I think. Let's go to 5 on there, maybe. All right, so this was our desired, that was our set course, was that. All right, actually, let's go back on that. All right, that's our set course. That's where we wanted to go, and then we'll do a green line for where we really are. All right, so we're going to go back to the vessel here. And all we need is our bearing. What's our bearing? Our bearing is 034, okay? So let's put a compass rose on here. See if I find a compass rose I can use. Ooh, that one's, let's see. Here we go, look at that. I like the look of this. Oh, it's not going to work. Let's see. I need a transparent compass rose. Oh. Transparent compass rose PNG. That will do me. That will do. All right, let's see. I need one with a lot of points on it. I don't need one that's pretty. I need one that is accurate. There we go. There we go. Somebody knew what I needed. Look at that. Gorgeous. We like that. Let's copy that. Somebody knows what I need. So this is how you do it IRL. You come in here and then you here, let's fix that. That's screwed up. Okay. See how bad this is. This might be a mess. Nope, that's actually not a mess at all. We like it. All right. You take your compass rose here, and you overlay it. And let's shrink it down. We don't need. Actually, we can zoom it. So, like right here, we say where north is. So let's say north is actually vertical, which I don't think it is in game, but let's say north is vertical. So we put that up to our vertical line. So let's match it. So let's see, 0 is on the top, and we put 180 on the bottom. I'm using this longitude line right here. And so we'll get it lined up with the longitude line. All right, that's lined up with the longitude line right there. And then we would find our course. So we need to find essentially where we are. So we need to measure. So we go in here, and we'd say we are currently 4.5 nautical miles. So we would draw a general line, 4.5 nautical miles from here to wherever that is. So we'd measure it. And so we'd say 4.5 nautical miles. Okay, we put ourselves approximately where we are, and we look at the bearings. So 034. So 030, 035, 034. So we're somewhere on the 034. So we're somewhere there. All right. And so if we know our distance, we know we're somewhere on this portion of the line here, right? So that's where we are. So then we go back. And so we estimate. All right, so now I know our distance is 4.5, but I don't know how far 4.5 is from there. So I would need a ruler to be able to measure this. So I might make a ruler at some point that's scaled correctly, but every time I zoom out, it's going to screw it up. So I need to make a scale map. But you'd take your ruler and you'd measure 4.5 nautical miles from there to there, and you say, okay, we're about wherever we are. So we're somewhere on this line here. All right, and then you just go quickly come in. Bingo. So that's how it's done. So it's, I'd much rather do that than look at a moving map and say, oh, there I am. You know, it's a lot more interesting to me to do a compass rose than do that, you know. Maybe I'll do a build challenge sometime, just the winners, all the winners together. We'll do a community vote on it. It'll be kind of interesting. Well, yeah, that's how you navigate in real life. That's how you navigate with aviation too. Same thing. Like, there's a reason why it's, you know, you use a lot of nautical stuff with aviation. It's the same. You're using nautical miles. You're using, you're not using statute miles, and so it's the same type of skill set to be able to navigate. You know, you get your bearing too. As long as you know your bearing and your distance, you're pretty close. You know, because your bearing is going to be off that radial. So, like, come in here and you know, you can move this to the point right there, and you know, I can't really see that way. That's why I did it from here. Is like, really, you'd want to put it on the point, and you'd read the inverse of 034. But I can't really do that, so I got to bring it here, and then I go to 034, and then so we're somewhere on this line, and you know, if you know your distance, we're whatever we were at the time, 4.5. You know, I guess somewhere around here, and that's where you are. So it's not like pretty damn easy to move around this map. You know, just put that on the longitude line if it's perfectly correct, which I don't think it is. But put your 0 up there, put your 180 there, tilt it to where you need to. You know, if you want to figure out what bearing you'd need to go to, again, like say you want to plan from here to Sawyer South, right? So you go from here to Sawyer South, right? You can you got to keep it dimensionally. So I got to hold shift, and then you're going to draw a line. All right, let's actually move that a second. So this is how you do the same thing with flight planning. You go ahead and you grab your line. You go from here. What happened to my line? Escape. Where's my line? Line. Grab your line from here to here. All right, go back, grab your compass rose. All right. It needs to be on a new layer. All right, you put that on that line. You'd make sure north is lined up. All right, and you'd see where you'd go on that line. So just follow it, make sure it comes up north, and you'd see. All right, your bearing is somewhere in the neighborhood of, I can't read those numbers now, 052, something like that. So you'd come out of here and you'd head 052, and then you'd make new course corrections. So you would, then you can triangulate your position. So for example, if you, so like here, let's actually triangulate our position, get right where we are. So let's go here, and then I need to triangulate. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a bearing 90 degrees off of me here. All right, so set a waypoint there. All right, and let's go back in the boat. I got too many windows open. All right, so what's our current heading? 034. So let's put that in heading 034. We come off and go to heading hold, and then what I want to do is I want to move my GPS coordinates. 091. Okay, 4.6 miles. 091. Okay. So if we now go back to the map, right, and we draw 091, all right, so there's 091 is about there. So 091, it's this many miles, it's this many miles. You know, we know this length, we know this length. We can then create the triangle, and we can triangulate our position with that as well. So you figure out where on the track you are. So for example, if we were, you'd actually want to triangulate with a known position. So let's triangulate with a known position. Let's triangulate off of the refinery island, so right here. So let's actually triangulate off the refinery island is a little bit, even though it's behind us, that's fine. We could also use the lighthouse. Let's use the lighthouse ahead of us. So let's put a waypoint in the lighthouse. Okay, let's go back to the, I'm here, I have way too many windows open. All right, let's find the bearing to the lighthouse. It's 343. Okay, so we go back to our map. All right, let's, there's that. All right, let's get rid of... all right, so we're somewhere on this line, right? And it's a 3, 4, 3. So let's go up to layer 4. Let's grab our compass rose. All right, so we know we're somewhere on this line, right? So we want to move this in the line, and we're looking for 3, 4, 3. So there's 3, 4, 3 right there. All right, so there's 3, 4, 3. So the intersection of 3, 4, 3, and the other bearing here is a 0, 3, 4. All right, so we triangulate it. That's our position. All right, let's look at the map in game. There we are. You know, so that's how you triangulate your position. You know, using 2 known points, you can triangulate your position like that. So, again, I'd much rather do that than have some stupid moving map that, I say stupid. I know I'm poo-pooing it, but you know, it's not saying that people who don't know how to do these things are stupid. That's not my intention at all. It's that, you know, understanding that doing something like this is more in-depth to me, so it's more rewarding to be able to find your position without using a moving map. I just find it's not rewarding to me to be like, oh, there I am. It's much more rewarding for me to come in here, shut that off, you know, and triangulate my position, know right where we are. I think it's a lot more fun to do that. And so, like, you can easily use a compass rose and a stationary map like this, and you can see, okay, we know it's 034 to where 034. What did I put in? I put in the wrong number, I think. I put in a 4. So it's 336. 336 is currently what it is now. So 336. So zoom in. We want to do 336 to the lighthouse. So 336. So 336 is about right there. So we're right here. Okay, so this is our position right there. All right, go in the moving map. So the position is about right here. All right, come in, put it back on. Bingo. I gotta put my finger right there, so we're close. You know, so that's what's cool with this. Like, let's see how far off I was by just guessing. Turn that back on. So I was within 300 meters of our position. You know, so that's why I like to do this stuff a lot more than having a moving map. It seems so boring to me to do it. Oh yeah, Citrus breaking the rules, yeah. I remember it annoyed me too because I had already reviewed the build and then I went through it and I'm like, what? Because it was acting funky and I was like, did he put rockets in there? And then I looked through it and I'm like, damn it! I had to disqualify it. There was another build that got disqualified that annoyed me because I'd already reviewed it, and so like now I do a quick pass to make sure that like I check the price. Like this last one was just price pretty much, and you know it was a high price. Most people are gonna go under that price, but I was like, I'm checking this friggin' price first, because if I'm gonna disqualify it, I don't want to take the time to go through it. It's just a bunch of extra time, you know, for no benefit. So. All right, let's check the temp. It's kind of the whole point of this test here. I forgot what we were doing. All right, we're at 103.97. All right, so the likelihood is we overheat. So if I add another cooling loop, I want to add some air cooling, some air liquid cooling maybe. I think that would be fun. Try some air liquid cooling, see what's up with that, and then on separate loops. And then let's quickly do a test. Let's see where this has to go to be able to stop rising in temp. So the nice thing is I have really super granular control of my thrust here. Like you can see here, let's go full again. And we'll see where the RPM is. So look at the RPM. So we're about 367 to 368. You know, so about 367 and change. Let's tap it down to 360. I'm a little bit over. I have an overage in there. That's why it's taking me time to get it down off the top. Top has an overage on it. Come on, come on, come on. Thrust down, thrust down, thrust down. Why you keep going back up to 367 there, guy? Okay, there we go. I'm starting to affect it now. I pulled it back too hard, too fast. So let's go down to like 360. And I'm going to see what RPM will stop gaining temp. Because, like, say it's a quarter of a knot, I do not care. I will just reduce this a quarter of a knot, you know. If it's like 5 knots, then you have a problem. All right, so that's over. That's heating again. We're at full thrust again. All right, there is 360 right there. I should have noted what the max should be. Let's see if we still climb. All right, nope, we're dropping. So we literally lost 7 RPM and we're dropping temp. Yep, we're dropping temp with a 7 RPM drop, and we have not lost a full knot. So I think we're good on cooling because, like, literally, if you know, I want us every once in a while to get an engine high temp light, and then all you have to do is like click it down a little bit. That's all you have to do. So like that's not a big deal. I like that. You know, this is super simple mode too. Here, let's do another triangulation real quick. Let's go ahead and I'm like clicking way too many buttons here. All right, let's do another triangulation and find our position. This is a lot harder in an airplane because you're moving a lot faster. You're moving at 14 knots. This is a piece of cake, and there's not a lot to worry about. You don't have to worry about going up and down in a boat. But okay, so we're essentially on this line. Let's triangulate our position again. So. Let's go ahead and we're going to set a waypoint here. Where are we headed? Let's see. I forgot exactly where we're headed. We're headed like right about here, I think. All right, so that's that's the point we're headed to. Let's go ahead and let's put that in. So that is a 036. Okay, so let's mark that on our map here. All right, so 036. Problem is I took this picture with this on there, so I can't really get rid of it. But, all right, so 036. So let's move this on the course line and check it. So 036. So it's about, we're probably a little bit further off to the left here than the line. So 036 is about there. So we're somewhere a little bit off the left of this line here. All right, and let's find, we'll use the lighthouse again. So we're on this line here. So if I go down to layer 2 and we delete layer 2, let's go ahead and we will add a new node on layer 2. So that is our new course line right there. So we've drifted to the west. If you drift to the west, it means the wind is from your east. So you'd want to add a wind correction in there. This happens a hell of a lot faster in an airplane. But you want to add a wind correction. So if we're now 036, right? So we need to add more easterly of a correction because we're getting blown to the west. And so now we want to do the lighthouse again. So let's go back in. All right, let's go ahead and we'll put in the lighthouse. So there's our lighthouse. Let's enter that in. 299. Okay, so we come back. All right, let's go. Where am I? On layer 4. All right, let's go to 299. So we need to go somewhere on this line, and we're going to find 299. And that is right about there, I would say. So if you line that up like that, right about there. So we should be right about here. All right, so that should be us right here. So if we put our intersecting line here, let's go back down to layer 2. Let's put a blue one there. This should be our intersecting line with there. And we should be able to, we could do Pythagoras to get this distance, but we don't care. So this should be our position right here. All right, so we should be abeam this. Now, we can do another triangulation as well. So let's go ahead and add this island into the mix. So we'll add this island, the center point of the island, set our waypoint, enter it in to get our bearing. 113, let's go back into the map. All right, let's go ahead and we'll move. I'm on the wrong layer. Nah, it works. 113. Okay, let's check this. 113, right there. Let me see. We're moving at the same rate too. I gotta go on layer 4 to move this. Shit. Why won't this grab? Oh, I've got that. Okay. So 113 is this. So we're on this line here. Let's see. 113. I can't really see very well. Something like that. We're still moving. That's the problem. So we're moving. And then we get another triangulation off of that. Okay, let's look at the map real fast. So we're somewhere in this neighborhood here. Let's say we're on this one because we have been moving the whole time I was doing my first triangulation. So let's say we're right here. 113. Okay. What is that? I can't see it upside down. It's a mess. Okay. Yep, so 113 is right about there. All right, and then so we should be right about here. We're coming up on this island. Let's go ahead and look at the map. So I suspect we're right about here. We're short of this island, so we're somewhere around here in this grid section right there. All right, so let's go ahead and we'll put ourselves back on the map. There we go, right there. So, yeah, I think it's a much more fun way to do it. We're moving fast enough now. We're at a small enough scale. You can see, like, by the time we move, you know, we're getting there. So, a little bit of triangulation is kind of fun to figure it out. And likely the map is, I think the map is not perfectly north. Like, let's try to get a perfectly north line on this and see if, I think the map is not perfectly north. So let's go set a waypoint as, like, directly straight above us, and let's check the bearing on that. It's close. It's not far off. It's about a degree. That's probably, my line's probably a degree off, so it's about right, I guess. But, you know, this is how you triangulate to figure out where you are. You know, you can also do distances by degrees of, degrees of latitude? Distance via degrees. 1 degree of latitude. Yeah, it is latitude. 1 degree of latitude equals approximately 69 miles. So I would assume that's nautical miles. It might, I doubt they're putting in statute miles. So 1 degrees of latitude. So longitude is north-south, latitude is this. So you'd have to do a triangulation to see what the degree of latitude is and figure it out. But it's not these lines. These lines cannot be used for that. You know, this is, like, let's see what that distance is there. And then you have to break it down into its parts. So that is 107 kilometers. So 107 kilometers. I did 103. It's 55 nautical miles. So, like, the entire map is probably maybe a degree and a quarter. So that's like a degree and a quarter. So you'd have to then subsect this into, let's say, let me check the whole distance of the map here. All right, that's about, we're almost like midline. Yeah, we're almost midline, so let's say it's 110 nautical miles. So yeah, you're talking a little bit more than a degree and a half. A degree and a half? No. Yeah, about a degree and a half. About a degree and a half. So you then have to subsect this. You'd have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Say 6.5. So 1.5 divided by 6.5. So you're talking 0.23. So what would that be? 23 miles per square, essentially. Does that make sense? No, that doesn't make sense. Yeah, so generally, you know, that's, you're not going to measure that way anyways, but, you know, theoretically, if this would show latitude and longitude, you could do it off degrees, and each degree is 69 nautical miles, so you should be able to then figure out your distance if you know that you could subsect it, and then you can figure out your distances, and then further go in on further grid lines and subsect those, and you can get reasonably accurate, but you'd have to convert it to the game, so it's kind of tough to kind of tough to get the game map. What I might do some point is pull a game map and then try to scale it properly and get latitude and longitude lines in there. That would be kind of fun. Let's get back into chat here. I do. I live. I love TF2. Yes. Exactly. Yeah, but like you can see, like, you know, you're able to get your, you know, you're able to, especially, it's easy with boats. Like, in a plane, you're moving a lot faster. Like, you know, if you're moving in a jet, we're going, what, 14 knots? Okay, so the other thing, let's look at our temp. See, I'm able to keep the temp by like, I didn't even lose a knot. So I think we're well tuned in here. And I don't want this too, I don't want this too perfect where it always, like, never, where, let's put it this way. I don't want it too perfect where it never overheats, because that's friggin' boring to me. And so, like, here, eventually, if that hits 110, this light's going to come on, and then all you have to do is click this down a little bit. So, one thing, let's do this really quick. I need to change the set max on this, because we changed the gearing. So, 367 point whatever is our maximum RPM on this. So I want to keep dropping the RPS, the set RPS, until that goes down. And then that's where I know I should set the maximum. Because I have the maximum overshot right now. And so you see how much I have to push this down before we even get a RPM reduction. So I want to get this where maximum is just barely maximum so that I can push it down. I don't like having a dead zone in here. That's just a big old dead zone. Let's go down. Oh, still haven't reduced yet. It's 1185. Still haven't reduced yet. There we go. Starting to lose some there. A little bit. So let's see. Can we go to 10? So there's, okay, so we're starting to lose around 10. So let's go up to 10.5. Like you see how it's just a couple taps to get back up to 10.5. All right, good. So let's do 10 and a quarter. There's 10 and a quarter. Okay, so 10 and a quarter is fine. Let's do 10 and a 12 and a 5. 10 and a 12 and a 5. 10 and a 12 and a 5, still good. 10.1. Okay, 10.1 might be perfect. 10.1's a little low. Let's do 10.2. All right, 10.2 is our number, so we can make the max thrust rating on here 10.2, and that should fix us up. So I think we're pretty good, man. I think the cooling's fine. Like you can see, I just have to tap it down. I want like a high temperature warning to go off. I want to have to, every once in a while, pull the thrust back. And you see we lose like maybe a quarter of a knot. It's not a lot, so it's it gives you something to do as an operator, and that's, I want to have something to do as an operator. I don't want to have my you know, just do nothing all day. 10.2. So these are now 10.2. So again, this is the undershoot method here. We're just setting 10.2. We're never going to get anywhere near that, but we can keep that really nice low p-value, and we have no oscillation. So it works well that way. So that's set up. But I don't know. Do you guys find that navigation stuff interesting? I think it's kind of cool how you do all the navigating. I said people who use maps on monitors are dumb. I explicitly said that's not what I'm saying. No, I don't think people are, you know, I know Alistair is joking, but, you know, I don't think it's, like, I don't ever call anybody stupid. I don't think that's, one, useful. It's, you know, if you're just name calling, it's not effective either. And so I think, you know, like, it's fine not to know certain things, and you don't want people to feel bad about not knowing certain things because they don't ask the questions, because they, you know, you should not be embarrassed about ignorance. You should only be embarrassed about willful ignorance, the desire to be ignorant. You know, like I don't know how to do a lot of things, and I don't know how to knit. And so, you know, if I ask somebody, hey, could you teach me how to knit? And they're like, oh, you're stupid, you don't know how to knit. Well, then you stop asking for help. You stop asking to learn things because people give you shit for it. And so, like, if somebody's like, hey, I don't know how to knit. Could you show me how to knit? And they're like, oh yeah, sure, I'll show you how to knit. You know, and that's what you want. Is you want people to be willing to be able to say, hey, I don't know how to do this thing, and not get a bunch of shit for it. They should be, oh, that's great. I'll teach you how to do it. And that's the way you get people to actually learn things, is not shitting on them. You know, so that's kind of my whole philosophy with it. That's why I don't like, I'd much rather teach somebody how to do something than give them shit about it. It's boring to me because it's again, like that was part of my degree. Like we went over celestial navigation, how to navigate by the stars, like because it was part of a degree. It wasn't like just what you needed to know. It was part of it is just like learning the history of it and everything else. And so like they used to have airplanes with windows in the top, like a bubble, and you'd stand in the bubble, and you'd use a sextant, and you would actually look at the stars to navigate across the ocean. We had a class called Transcontinental Flight Nav where we had to plot a course across the ocean using the old-time way of doing it. Actually using maps and charts and setting courses like that. And so we had to learn about inertial nav, and by the time I got in the airlines, inertial nav was gone. We didn't have any inertial nav. It was all GPS by then. And so it's still good to know those things because, like, if a system broke, like we had a day in the airlines where we thought we weren't going to be able to, where our GPS was going to be down, and we were going to have to navigate by VOR. And I pulled out the charts and I started plotting the course by hand. And then the captain was like, "Oh no, I misread it. It wasn't that." And so, knowing that you could easily, fly across the country by, map. And I'll bring you up an IFR chart. I'll show you what an IFR chart looks like. Let's get a IFR height chart. Like, it's funny, like, this is what an IFR height chart looks like. I'll show you guys in a second. I haven't brought it up yet. This is an IFR Instrument Flight Rules height chart. That's what they look like. Like, they're not, you don't need to know what's on the ground. There's nothing showing you what's on the ground. This is what it looks like. That's how you navigate around the country. Is like it's white. It's a white chart with nav points on it. That's all you need. It's like, for example, if I was gonna go from I don't know where this is. The hell is this? Where is this? I'm trying to see. Auburn Municipal. I don't recognize any of these airports. Beale, yeah. Is that Beale Air Force Base? I don't know. Let me see if there's an area that I know. And this is how big the charts are, because this is what the country is cut into. You see, there's not that many charts for the whole country. So let's see. This is a good high altitude chart here. Like this one would be how you'd go across the, the country. So like here is, if I can see the point. Here's Annapolis, Maryland. It looks like. So you would you put in this frequency here, if I can see it. I think it's down here, showing where the freak is. So here's right here, Alta Floresta is 113.4. You put that in 113.4. It's a 015 course going this way. It's a 326 going this way. And you would go out on this, you'd put in the 113, you'd spin your dial till it shows 326, and you'd head this way, and you'd follow 326. If you're on a 326 and you start getting blown this direction, you'd see on a VOR, you'd see it, you're getting off, and you'd correct. And so instead of heading 326, you'd head maybe 323. And then if you're still getting blown to the south of the course, you'd then turn right again to, say, a 320, and then now you have a wind correction in. And if you overshoot it and you start going north, you say, okay, well, maybe a 321. And then you'd be going diagonally across this line like that. And it shows the distances on there. Let me see. These should be the distances, but it's reading off of... No, that's not the distance there. Where is it? I can't tell. So that's the route designation right there. Here's another one here. That's the course. That's the reverse course there. 75 miles, 45, 48, 31. And then you can do triangulation. Like you come up here, you want to identify this point. So this point here is identified by this other radial here, and then you can identify that point. But yeah, these are the charts you'd use IRL. And like you can see a small little bit of, I think this is the coastline right here, maybe, and that's Annapolis there. I'm not sure. What is that? I don't know what that is. I can't see. Usually you don't even care about what's underneath on these IFR charts. You don't care about what the ground's doing. These are high altitude charts. You're at 30,000 feet, so do not care. Yeah, I know Alistair's joking. Yeah, you know, part of it is I don't want to call people names anyway, but it's also, it's like, you know, it's silly because it's, you know, most people aren't stupid. They just don't know certain things, and that's perfectly fine. It's like, you know, I don't know anything about the law, but it doesn't mean I'm stupid. You know, if I sat in a classroom as long as a lawyer has, I'd probably know, you know, pretty close to what they know about the law, you know, and they don't know as much as I know about flying an airplane, and I think it's a bad mentality to have, like, to, you know, to think people are stupid, and that's why I don't do it. Is it's like, you know, I've done quite a bit of teaching with flight instructing and understand that, like, somebody comes in who knows nothing about airplanes, and at the end of it, because of you, they now know a bunch of stuff, and I think that's super cool, and so, you know, I think that's a lot of fun. I have not built a 145. No, the problem is the aisles are too narrow. It's a one seat on one side, two on the other. So I'm trying to think of how big it would have to be. You could build that, I guess. What's the width on that? That'd be 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So you could do a 13 wide. It'd have to be a 13 wide. So it's pretty narrow. You know, 13 wide, then you go into the cockpit with a 13 wide. You'd have to further narrow down the cockpit. So it'd be pretty tight in there. You know, like my head almost rubbed on the top walking down the down the aisle. You know, you had to duck to get in the cockpit. It's pretty it's pretty tight. That's why I built the Cap Air jet a little bit bigger. Was the Cap Air jet is more like CRJ proportions. Because you know, just for the game perspective, you don't want to be too cramped in there. It's hard to move around. You're gonna clip through the wall. You know, you don't want that. So like the Cap Air jet is more CRJ size than ERJ. You know, like a 175 would be more like this is more like CRJ 700 size maybe. Like, so this is, oh, come on, jump, you dickhead. All right, so this one is, what's that? That is 5. Is this a 2-banger? That could be a 3-banger. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This might be, I don't know what this is on this width-wise. 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11. This could be a 13 wide. I'm not sure. This is a 2 and a 1. I guess, yeah, see, this was kind of inspired a little bit 145, but this is a 2 and a 1. Couldn't remember if this was a 2x2. Yeah, so this is about as narrow as I'm willing to get. You know, you start getting into problems like getting the console too narrow is tough. You know, but yeah, this is about the size that I like for the minimum size. You know, you want to be able to walk around freely and not have any problems. You know, I liked having the air stairs in the back. One of the reasons I put this in like it is. I wanted the air stairs. You know, putting in lab space, having enough space for the lab. You can start getting too narrow. You don't have any space for the lab. You don't have enough space for the galley if you start doing that stuff. So, I like the Cap Air jet. That's one of the reasons I don't make anymore. Is this thing flies exactly how I want it to. It's got the fuel burns that I want. All right, let's read some more chat here. Have they put gas relief valves in the pumps? They fixed that a while ago, yeah. They didn't put gas relief valves on there. What they did is I think they're deleting it. Like you can fly in the world and you can see what this is built out of. I think what they're doing is they're deleting it when it gets in this tank. Like you can see there's no relief valves on there, so it goes from here, which this is just you know, enclosed pipe on there. You can see this is a hose anchor and closed pipes, comes down here into a large pump. It then goes down pipe directly into a tank. So I think what they do is they essentially magic the tank so that the tank has a artificially high capacity, and they either made the air capacity super high or they just delete the air and they track the number. So maybe it comes in here and they just put in a line of code that says delete air pressure in there, and it blows the air in and deletes it. So you don't have to worry about that anymore. You don't need the relief valves. It just it takes as much fuel as it can take, you know. Yeah, I think they just did it by deleting it. Oh, is it the 2-year anniversary of the Karl build series? Lovely, lovely. Yes, indeed. Yeah, but that was good getting into the navigation stuff. What I might do at some point is it would be kind of cool to get a stormworks map. Get some of the cartoony nonsense off it, like you know, like I don't like all these points. So like the way I've done it before when I did my airplane stuff is like if you zoom out, you got too much crap everywhere. So what I do is I zoom in, and then I got to zoom to a point where I don't get this stuff on there. I wish I could declutter it. So I kind of come in here, and I go and I copy this out, and then then I go in and I manually delete all that stuff. Actually, sometimes I don't. Like the houses I want to delete. So then what I do is I come in here and I zoom way the hell in here, and I take a picture of this, and then I zoom that in on top. So I'll take this here. I'll show you what I do. Let's see, get the map up there. So like this is what I did with my when I did my flight chart. So like I take this, which is pretty clean. Don't do that, please. All right, so take that, which is pretty clean. Then I go back to the game and I zoom way the hell in on brains, and I get some landmarks here. And then I print screen that, and I copy that. Then I go back and I overlay it. And then this goes in like this, and I match it up. Because this is a much higher resolution. So like I'd need more. Like that's pretty close. It's not terrible, especially at this scale. That's not the worst. Like that's not too bad. It's a little bit off scale, but like, so that would be how I delete that stuff. Like same thing with a hospital. Like I want to get rid of that hospital. Come in back into the game. Don't like the hospital icon, so I zoom in as close to the hospital as I can. Probably actually want to zoom out a little bit, keep some geography to make it easier. Print screen that, and then grab what we want there. Go back, go into the hospital. And then you got this nice high-res area without the hospital business on it. And then I look for this, that right there, and then we keep just maintain scale and zoom in. And then we get pretty close to it, and then there we go. Hospital, now that hospital icon's gone. And so I kind of go through and do all that crap, and then once this map is clean, I would then composite this on top of the big map. So I would keep the scaling on this, and then I'd have to line up the next picture, which would be, you know, if I did this line here, I'd come over here to the left, try to get the zoom angle right, and then come in and then grab all this. And then so composite that in there. Oh, you suck. I gotta merge the layer here. I didn't, where's the cut right there? Okay, so let's, nah, I should have done this here. That's annoying. There we go. All right. All right, put that on that layer. Go another layer. Put this layer below that layer, and then we want to go back in and get this one here. And then this one can line up on that. Where are we at here? Something like that. To composite the layers. They're off. I'd have to get the scaling right. But then I have to scale them all up to get rid of the clutter. And then I need to lay on latitude and longitude lines. So I probably have to delete the ocean, which is not going to be easy. It's not that hard, but it's kind of a pain in the ass to do. Delete out the ocean, then put it back. So it's kind of it's an involved process because I got to get rid of the lines. So like that, and then got to go back in and then put in the latitude, longitude lines that are to scale. And then probably what I'd do is I would try to grab the backdrop color, which isn't too bad to grab. See if I can grab it in here. So grab that and then go in the background and then, I don't know, grab a square. Screw that. Let's see. So go like that, and then put the latitude, longitude lines on there above all this, and then you'd have accurate latitude, longitude lines, and you could actually measure off the lines. But something like that, you know. So it's a lot of cleaning work, you know. But you can get rid of the scaling's a problem. Like here, you see how big the vehicle is, and that's not a problem if you just go in the game and you zoom way the hell in, you know, zoom in. And then they'll be so tiny, and that's how I did all my aviation maps when I did them for the game. Was you zoom in and then you grab them, and then you know you got that. Put a new layer on, bring that in, put it on the top layer. You know, start to drag down FJ until it's the right size. Make sure you keep the scaling the right way. There's FJ fixed. So it's meticulous work, but it's not that challenging. Now that was just to get rid of that little icon. So I wish there was a hide icons. I spend more time doing this shit, but like you see, you can easily put the ocean back in with no lines and then redo lines, because the problem is in-game the lines scale. So you know, they subdivide, which is kind of cool, but it's like you can't then measure correctly because they just keep subdividing. So it's kind of makes it tough to measure. But, you know, and then you get like a big zoomed out section like this. The nice thing with the grid lines, though, is it makes measuring a little bit easier here like that. And come in and we grab the whole, like, that's industrial frontier right there. Why is this not on the top layer? What? Oh, I didn't grab the right layer. All right, where are we at here? Oh, where are we at here? And you gotta scale this in on the whole map. So like that. That's much cleaner now. You don't have all that junk and fluff on there like this when you zoom out. Like this is like impossible to see any detailing in there. You know, and then you can zoom in on this map and you see you have good detailing everywhere. You can utilize it to actually measure distances and whatnots. So it's a bunch of work. That's why I haven't done it. Again, I'd rather go work on the bridge than play with the map all day, Yeah, I get it. People want to build bigger ships, but from the devs' perspective, I would say this: if I were the devs and you knew people were going to go bitch and complain on Reddit and everywhere else if the game is too laggy, and so by making it so that you can build things that are going to lag the game out, it's bad publicity. If people mod their game and then have problems, well, hey man, you modded your game, you screwed with the game. So I think it's a good way for them to kind of pass the buck on that. They built the game for an intended PC specs, and Delta has even talked about this a little bit when in the Q&A. Like, if you go into the store page, it will give... Okay, go to this store page. I'm clicking the wrong buttons. So if you go in here and you look at the recommended specs on there, right? You have the minimum specs there, right? So you look at that, and if they make it so that you can have say the devs put in a bigger workbench. Well, people expect to be able to build things in the bigger workbench. So the problem then becomes that you need to up the specs. And so they, they don't want to, and, he said he didn't want to up the specs, and that's not unusual. You have a game here that is 4 years old from release. You don't want to have to up the specs. You'd rather keep the specs the same. And if you want to modify your game files to do something else, it is now on you. And so it takes the pressure off them of being like, it's like I keep seeing the weekly update. We had more nonsense in the weekly update of like people being like, fix multiplayer. It's like, multiplayer is fine if you play it with, a reasonable number of people and optimized vehicles that are not crazy and you don't have like unrealistic expectations. And so somebody's, multiplayer experience is abysmal. And like, we're going to play multiplayer tomorrow. We shouldn't have many problems. Like, we played quite a few times in the past here. Haven't had any issues. Some small issues that are game-based, but pretty minor, and we still have a great time. But again, I limit it to 6 people and myself. I host it on my PC, which is a good PC. I have really good internet, so we don't have many problems. If you have a bad PC, bad internet, and you're hosting with like 10 people, yeah, you're going to have a bad time. And you have a bunch of unoptimized vehicles, you're going to have a bad time. And I don't necessarily think that's the game's issue. I think it's people's expectations issue, or it's their equipment issues. Like the devs talked about what their thought process was for multiplayer, and it was exactly what we're doing in the multiplayer streams is, it's a small number of people playing all in one area together, and we don't have many problems. Now, if we were doing a Wild West thing where, like, Alistair's down here in a jet going Mach 6, and I'm up here in another jet going Mach 6, and Citrus is walking around the Arctic, so the Arctic spawned in, this is spawned in, this is spawned in, and the two of us are moving at, unrealistically fast speeds that we had to use glitches to achieve. Yeah, the game's going to look like a laggy mess, and oh my god, it's terrible. But that's not what the game is supposed to be. The game's supposed to be, 6 of us on a fishing boat out fishing. And if that has problems with a good rig and a good internet, yeah, I think that's a valid complaint. But if you're on a bad rig or in bad internet and you're all over the map, that's not what the intention is, and I don't think that's possible. Like, what most games do is they make it so that you have a small, limited number of vehicles innate to the game, and they are very optimized, and you can't add more vehicles because, the devs need to take control of how optimized the vehicles are. And so it gets the Wild West where, like, most of my vehicles are not optimized for multiplayer. Like, here, let's look at some of the mining vehicles real quick. Like this miner here, let's look at it's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 subgrids on this, right? And then you grab the DT trailer. Let's see, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. This has 14 subgrids on it. So each one of those combos has, what did I say? How many was in the first one? 4? Say 4, and then, so let's say 18 subgrids just on the mining vehicles. You know, and then we had, what did we have? 3, 4 of them? So it's, have you had dinner, Cap? Oh, yeah, I should probably eat. I haven't eaten at all today. I've literally eaten nothing today, so probably eat something today. Yeah, I literally haven't eaten anything. I haven't even chewed on my food in my teeth. I haven't eaten anything, so that's a good idea there. I should probably eat something. I've had coffee. That's it. But, yeah, I had some almond milk in it. But, yeah, I should eat something. But, all right, I'll finish up there, guys. Yeah, we'll do multiplayer tomorrow. We'll do mining. Citrus City want to do aluminum. I'm not opposed to that. I do want to get the train in, so what we'll do is we'll leave out of FJ. We can run some miners down. I can run the train down. We'll go ahead, we'll mine, and we'll dump into the train. We'll take the train down and process. So we'll do that tomorrow. But, yeah, that's a good idea. I've had coffee, and I literally... No, I did eat today. I had pizza today. I had a piece of pizza. So I did eat something today. I thought I ate nothing, but I did eat some pizza today. So, but... all right, guys, thank you for watching. If you have not liked the video, please like the video. I appreciate that. That helps me out. If you guys have not watched the Build Challenge Kilo video, please watch that. Voting is going till midnight tomorrow, so please vote for your community favorite for that as well. I'll be doing a multiplayer stream tomorrow. Be members likely to start and long-time subscribers, so we start with those people first. And so come back and join for that. So I will see you guys later. Thanks for watching.